I'ma go make these songs, knowing our love ain't gone. Baby girl, why you wanna be strong for? Real ones don't need encores. I'ma be out here once more, you play me, I'm moving on. Tell me, what are you waiting on? Better come now, cause I won't wait too long. Think you know my right don't make you wrong, no. So tell me, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Yeah. Tell me, baby, what are you waiting on?
To love. Never get over us, cause we were so in love and wanted us forever and ever, and now we can't even be friends. What is up with that? But it's okay, now I know. That's just how this life goes. Yeah, we change, and yeah, we grow. And now I'm stronger than I ever was before. And running back to love.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Caught easy, taking the kill back. Prime time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Another day to unveil the teams that is joining in our SPS Season 6 Asia Pacific for the Challenge Open Finals. You're with me, Fasha Bunny, and we're introducing and as well having the pleasure of Stafa in our day for today, guys. Stafa, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good, feeling pretty nice. I haven't been able to be here on Snapdragon because of other arrangements, but I'm very happy to be able to finally join the cast here for, I think, what's going to be a very, very exciting day of competition. I've gotten a chance to see some of the games from the previous days, but I am particularly excited for today's.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, we've already done the whole round one. Those who were able to get wins on the first day, they're already been divided into their own brackets. Those who lost the first game, they had to compete to get 1 point, at least for the Survival West. So let's take a look again on the Swiss bracket. Like we've talked about, some of the teams that was divided into the 0-1 pool as well as to the 1-0 pool, they've already got their victories. Some of the teams already even managed to maintain the win streak to 2-0, but there are teams that was already eliminated on day number 3, whereby we can take a look on the side of 0-2, whereby the teams that are eliminated, Team STV, OD Esport, Gamers Pack Xan, Games MYAs, IQ Phoenix, Gamer Packs Chief, as well as long on the side of Alter Ego X and YAD Esports. But today we're gonna actually give at least 3 of the matches, that is 1 from the bracket of 2-0, as well as 2 matches from the bracket of 1-1.
With so much on the line here for all of these different teams and organizations, they want to try and rack up as many wins as possible, but because of the harshness of the Swiss bracket, you never really know who your next opponent is going to be, and 2 losses will end up sending you home. With 8 teams already eliminated, I'm sure that the rest are looking to make sure that they don't join their ranks, but that will all depend on their performance.
Agree. And let's take a look. Let's give you guys what we have you guys in store here for day number 4 in English stream. We got 3 matches for you guys, and I've talked about how we got 1 from the bracket of 2-0, Fnatic on it Philippines, as well as ROQ Hoshi. They haven't dropped, they haven't lost any series just yet. On the second streams, we got the teams that is tied to 1-1, whereby if either one of those losses, they will be sent back to the outer side of the SPS Open Finals, which is Evil from Singapore. We got the Pro Esport from Cambodia, and on the last streams or last match, we got the Valhalla Gaming versus the team of JP9ers from Malaysia. That's also a Cambodia versus Malaysia gameplay to be checking out on our English streams.
We've got quite the bevy of matches today, but I'm sure that everyone watching has been looking forward to one in particular, which is going to be our opening match for day 4. RRQ Hoshi versus Fnatic Onyx Philippines. 2 really big hitters in the realm of MLBB. everyone in the question, who is going to come out on top since Dragon?
Agree, definitely. I mean, like having no losses that puts them on the tie, and not only that, these are phenomenal teams from their own region. Indonesia pride as well as Philippine pride is on the line, and we know how they are very well known. I mean, talking about Fnatic, Onyx, Philippine. I mean, we got King Kong, we got Kara on their own finest gameplay here on the SPS Open Finals, and hopefully those are the things that the RQ Hoshi will be forward to. I mean, have they already checked their homeworks? How have they actually played out in this series? And not only that, talking about into day number 4 here, have they actually evolved and adapt into the patch notes? Because this is what we talked about on day number 3 as well. It was the first day of the patch notes, and the teams had to struggle, had to learn all the rotations again, all the heroes that has already been nerfed and already been buffed, or even has been adjusted for this season. I mean, this is one thing that you guys should know. Yes, there was a revampment on Granger, and this is why he has been denied throughout the SPS Open Finals. So we will not be able to give that opportunity to either side of the players to play it out for Granger. I mean, but it would be interesting to see it maybe next year once we be able to see what Granger will be put out into the gameplay. But other than that, these are the heroes that will be buffed out. I mean, talking about Hilda, the skill 2 wise, once you see the cooldown has been reduced, it shows how much potential Hilda has been put here inside the gameplay of SPS Open Finals.
Yeah, Hilda has been getting so much more heavily prioritized because of that buff to the cooldown on her skill 2, down to 6 seconds at level 1, which is actually insane considering how much impact it has in the first couple minutes of the game. It was kind of a niche pick that was pretty popular, especially in Malaysia and Indonesia. But now every single region is realizing this hero is a problem. Besides Hilda, of course, we are also seeing the resurgence of Joy a little bit. Her changes were not that noticeable, with only a slight reduction in the interval between her beats on skill 2. And yet, we are seeing more and more junglers return to our favorite Leonin friend.
Agree, definitely. And despite the fact, yeah, Ling got a little bit of a nerve, but we do see there is a still potential coming in for the picks on Ling, even though despite the fact that it has a lot of effects coming in into the gameplay of the players itself. Nevertheless, day number 3, it shows how much of the maybe a little bit of messiness, of shakiness on the side of the place itself after adapting into the gameplay. But here on out, this is what we talked about. Granger, so much potential been put out after the revamp itself. Do you agree on that, Stafa?
Yeah, Granger plays very, very differently now. I tried him out myself on stream, my own stream yesterday, and I think my viewers can tell you that I did not do a good job. That's because the hero feels a lot more different than it used to be. In the past, Granger was almost exclusively played in the jungle. He had really high early game damage with Rhapsody and could play around that 6th rate bullet to really deal high burst damage. Now though, Granger is actually a stacking hero that really wants to build up his demonic energy stacks by getting last hits on minions so that he is able to spam his skills more effectively to scale up into the late game to be a very, very powerful ability spammer.
Oh, agree, definitely. I mean, again, when you have that cooldown really to a point that it's not even feeling like a cooldown, you'll be able to span up so many times of your skills. It gives so much pressure, but the issue is that you gotta be careful on the energy wise. You have to be very, very, very contingency on the how you actually control your movement, your ability to the fight. But when it comes to the late game, Granger definitely put out a really good tool, and that's the reason why on SPS Open Finals we're banning him out just for a while to give a little bit of leeway for the players to get a hold of how Granger can be put out on the gameplay. Maybe on next year, who knows? Maybe we'll be able to see Granger here inside the SPS.
I would love to see it because it is interesting to say the least, but that is not the only thing that we have to look forward to with the changes from patch 1.9.22. The big notable one going to be the overall nerfs to Airborne as a debuff, where the duration of airborne has just been reduced across the board, resulting in notable nerfs to a lot of heroes, though they also made up for it by speeding up animations, removing a lot of forward swing and backswing time. So as someone who's played a few games since this adjustment, a lot of heroes just feel so much faster.
Agree, definitely. I mean, talking about the whole entire nerve system, that it gives a potential whereby maybe people will definitely utilize or even punish for the mistake of still giving that opportunity for the heroes that have been nerfed. And not only that, some of the gameplays have to be revamped back for the fact that you need to be aware of the heroes that you picked out here on the gameplay itself, and those are the tricky things that you're going to actually be aware of once you go into the fight itself. I mean, adjustments was coming in from the itemization as well. I mean, Malefic Gun giving out a little bit of buff size as well, Malefic Raw as well as Wind Talker. So those are the crucial things that also need to be taken into consideration when you actually build up your heroes into your own fight into this SPS.
Yeah, I am a big fan personally of what they did to Malefic Gun, basically changing it to be an alternative option for Malefic to give you more movement speed as well as attack range. I think it could be very useful for certain marksman heroes. And the regen change as well that we saw on that screen is actually a lot more notable than people think. I'm sure that everyone who's been playing MLBB after this patch have realized regen just gives you so much more HP, especially in the first couple of levels.
Agree, definitely. I mean, talking about how it has already been put out with 80% of max HP into 720 to 6% of max HP, that shows how regen is one of the really good battle spells to be put out into usage here on the gameplay itself. And even a lot of the changes been put out, like for certain turrets as well. Like, for example, if the turret's damage reduction has been increased once you don't have any enemy minions, that also put out another question of how you cover the maps once you go in for the wave side. But other than that, those are the things that you need to be noted out for the patch. Going into the game itself, this is what you need to also watch out. Teams inside our streams that has so much potential and you need to catch out here inside the streams. RLQ Koshi, you also talked about it. I think we know for a fact these are the two teams that hasn't lost yet. They are on a win streak, but they are on a really good verge. Indonesia versus Philippines. Which of the region can actually outstand each other into going 3-0 for this SPS Open Finals?
It's going to be quite the competition here because both of these teams got very, very close in their respective grand finals. As we know, both MPL, PH, and ID ended up going to a Game 7, which means that even though Fnatic Onyx is the champion and RQ Hoshi is the runner-up, I think we can definitely consider that they are similar in terms of power level. And this is going to be the first time right after the MPLs have concluded that these two teams will go face to face. And a lot of fans, I'm sure, are already ready to see who is the stronger team.
Agree. And on the side of our last match of the days, or even last series of the day, we are focusing on Malaysia team. The only Malaysia teams here for this stream itself is JP9S. Yes, they have been having a little bit of difficulty on the first day itself. They lost to TL Academy Indonesia with 2-1. But then again, there was a spark of glimpse of fight spirit with getting that 1 point on the side of Kyo, right? I mean, he was the MVP. He managed to actually pull through to JP9S on the second match. But then as they made off with Alter Ego X, they actually, in my opinion, on the second match, there was a lot of mistake that was done to JP9S that Alter Ego X was able to actually punish them. And that's the reason why they were pushed into game number 3 to a point that they had to get best of 1. But at the end of it all, JP9ers pulled through and they still maintain here to 1-1 bracket. But meeting off with Team Valhalla, is it gonna be the same case? I mean, Valhalla meeting off with CFU Gaming. CFU Gaming, the community heroes, was able to be trampled by Valhalla I talked about it with Moment. I mean, we were thinking like maybe it was a little bit of confusion, or maybe it was like a CFU gaming trying to try and error on the heroes itself, or even on the gameplay. But once Valhalla met with rebellious esports, it shows it wasn't just like a fault. It was like a fluke on the fight that Valhalla fought off with CFU gaming. If they can put up a really good fight with rebellious esport, that shows that JP9ers, they gotta be careful for that last series of the day. But before we even get into the series, the first round or even the first match going to be Fnatic Onyx Philippine versus the RRQ Hoshi will be coming right after this short break. See you guys after this.
Here we go!
But don't miss all the little things, cause if you're going too fast, you won't hear me sing. Relax, don't worry about it, don't stress about it, don't let it get you down, no, no. Relax, don't worry about it, take a sec to slow down, yeah, you will see it's all good in the hood. It's all good. Relax. Whoa. Yeah. Relax. Don't worry about it. Take a sec to slow down, yeah. You will see it's all good in the hood.
Open-minded for the better. Had my share of changing weather. I can deal with win and failure. I'm not waiting for my savior. I don't need no vision. I'm just letting go. Made up my decision. Let the dice roll. After all, who knows where I belong? We might be right or wrong, and memories are meant to last. But life keeps going on. I know I get along. I might go right or wrong, and enemies for my path. But life keeps going. I've been trying harder. Been a hater, been a lover. Wanna live up to expectations. Makes me feel I lose my patience. I don't need no vision. I'm just letting go. Made up my decision. Let the dice roll. After all, who knows where I belong? We might be right or wrong, and memories are meant to last. But life keeps going on. I know I get along. I might go right or wrong, and enemies follow my path. But life keeps going.
Welcome back, guys. This is it. SPS Open Finals Day number 4. We're starting out with a really good bracket right here with 2 zeros by both teams of RRQ Hoshi Indonesia versus Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Now, these are the teams that definitely will boost up all of your momentum here on the first run. I mean, talking about how they're already having their own win streaks and they are on a really good power level. I mean, both regions itself are very powerful. Indonesia wise as well as Philippines, they are MPLs, one to be watched out as well. So hopefully it gonna give guys a glimpse of how it's gonna be like even on the grand finals if they go into the grand finals of SPS. But Sdafa, between two of this team, who are you rooting for?
Ah, that's a loaded question right there. I feel like no matter who I answer, there are going to be people on the internet who get mad at me. Yeah. In the end, we know that the PH teams have commonly been touted as the stronger teams throughout the history of MLBB, but I also feel like this is a meta that really suits ID playstyle, right? So I honestly find it kind of difficult. Unfortunately, I have to go the boring route. I have to play it safe. I think both of them stand a chance of winning here. So I'll just leave it at that.
But anyway, I do agree on that note. I mean, like here when it comes to the patch note and the meta itself, I think both of the teams, they have what it takes to fight it off. RRQ Hoshi, right here, we got Darren at the EXP lane. We got Susujin as the jungler. We got the mid lane as Rince, Edok for the roamer, and Skylar at the gold lane itself. I mean, you give the opportunity to Edok to actually move around. I mean, we saw how it was when Edok picked up the Khalid, and he gives that opportunity to Sujin to roam around, find all the resources he needs, and if you let that slip away through your hands, your opponent will definitely fall into the cracks of RRQ Koshi. But on the other note, I mean, RRQ Koshi, they gotta be aware of it because they're gonna meet up with Fnatic Onyx as well, and they are one of the teams that are very vicious as well.
That is absolutely the case. RQ Hoshi, they're a pretty aggressive early game team. And in this meta, Sutsujin gets to do a lot, but he's going to be up against what many are touting as the brand new top jungler of the world, King Kong. Alongside his teammates, Kurt in the EXP lane, Super Prince in the mid lane, Briscoe as the roamer, and of course, our goal, Kelra, on the Fnatic Onyx, a lineup that has made waves by taking down former favorites and emerging as the brand new champion of MPL Philippines.
I mean, talking about King Kong, I mean, he was phenomenal. If you allow him to pick up that alpha, whatever, actually to begin with, whatever the jungler that has in the pool side of King Kong, he will make and break it to a point that you will be denied of your movement. And even on the early stages, yes, you will be a grash from the side of Fnatic Onyx itself. But on the late game, if you allow that so much momentum to be given to King Kong, that's when you need to be aware that he will go with the Spear of Alpha if he has Alpha on his side. And even if you give him Beatrix as well, he will deny it immediately as well. So those are the things that are very crucial for RRQ Hoshi to be poked out. Now, the question is, we have the prediction leaderboard. I don't know whether you saw it on day number 3, whereby right now on the leading boards, it's definitely Kidian. He is one of the most amazing analysis. He definitely predict the future to a long term to a point that he is now the leader for our caster prediction. But alongside on the top 2 and top 3 is me as well as Moment. Unfortunately, I think that you have been denied a lot of the points for the prediction leaderboard. What are your thoughts on that?
I forgot to predict yesterday. There's just no excuse for it. I just forgot to do my homework, and I lost points because of it. Now I don't know if I'm gonna pass the class. You know, it's not a good feeling. I gotta accept it. I hope that my predictions today are going to help make up for that fact. But it's hard to predict because I feel like our games today are gonna be really, really interesting. There are interesting dynamics and matchups that we really want to keep an eye on, with this game obviously being the start of it all. Like you've already mentioned, the jungle matchup is going to be one to keep an eye on. But I also am really excited about the gold lane matchup, right? Because we have none other than the Filipino sniper himself versus the gold standard of the respective regions. It is so fun to watch.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, on the state of right now, we know for a fact that the teams, Philippines as well as Indonesia, their meta gameplay can be definitely very, very refreshing to all of our sites when it comes to the SBS. But here and out, oh, okay, I'm happy to see this because our prediction wise, if is either one of us having a wrong prediction here for the first match, that means that I'm going down, you're going down too, Staffa.
If we go down together, right, guys? In the end, we do still have to play a little bit for the Philippines.
True.
They're the more consistent region, but RQ can surprise us, right? We predicted 2-1 because we expect this matchup to be close. And with a brand new patch just dropped, we are going to see which of these teams have been able to adjust more quickly to the changing tides.
Agree, definitely. And to even go into the fun fact itself, like you know for a fact that Philippines has been dominating FPLs as well. So it's not to put down on Indonesia. They are amazing. They are great at their own gameplay, on their meta plays as well. But Philippines, they're very calculative, and when they are very calculative, not just on the drafting wise, but when they are moving into the movement, they know when to actually start out and they know how to divide and conquer. Those are the crucial points that other teams, not just from Indonesia, but other regions as well, have been struggling to fight off with the team of Philippines.
Absolutely. But of course, you talk about how calculated Filipino teams can be. Sometimes throwing a bit of a wrench in their plans, adding a bit of chaos to the mix is what you need to take down the calculations and just make things a little less sane. And I think teams that are known for being more scrappy, being more aggressive, are going to be able to maybe disrupt the gameplay of Fnatic Onyx just a little bit. And I think RQ Hoshi fits exactly into those guidelines. This first match is going to be a proving ground, because M6 is right around the corner, the World Championships once again, with every single region eyeing to become world champions. And this is going to be the first place we get to witness their matchup and get a bit of a taste of what is around the corner.
Agree, definitely. I mean, this is also a stage whereby it put out a really good idea of what they're gonna actually face on going into M6. It will prepare them on another bigger stage as well, because here on out, you've already feel how much of a potential that will be put out by your opponents, and then coming along, you can learn all the gameplays they've been put out here for the SPS, and it will actually set them up if they do their homeworks, if they know what are the heroes that they need to actually ban out. I mean, talking again when it comes to the metas, right? We've seen already when it comes to drafting wise, the three holy trinity heroes have still been banned out. You take out Suyo, you take out Jushin, you take out Chip, and even though there are certain times, this is a funny note as well for you, Zafar. On day number 1, there were even a lot of teams that, despite they didn't actually ban out Chip, they didn't even pick out Chip into the lineup of the heroes. Even though we know Chip, despite that, after this patch notes, there is a slight adjustment, it's still a really good heroes to be picked up. Do you agree on that?
That is very interesting. I haven't been able to see quite enough of Snapdragon just yet, but not picking Chip just seems like a bad idea. Without further ado though, we're going to be jumping into our draft for game number 1. Fnatic Onyx on the blue side, RRQ Hoshi on the red side, and it seems like quite a few heroes have already been picked up.
Wow, okay, there you go. The first ever heroes to be put as a prioritized is Alpha. And you know, if you have King Kong with Alpha, it's gonna be a danger zone. But other than that, they also picked up Harvit as well as Gato Kacha. Great AoE, great going in for the XP lane as well. Now, Arakiyoshi, they responded with Valentina as well as Cho. I mean, I know for a fact that you want to make sure that you can actually pick up top alpha, maybe with the ways of dragon, you can make sure that you can shut him down for a while, but it's gonna be a little bit risky. But other than that, Xbox with the readjustment as well, you know for a fact that Xbox is also a really good burst heroes that can actually put you down with a lot of damage. So RRQ Hoshi, I like the idea been put out here for the draftings.
Yeah, so far so good. With Fnatic Onyx going for the priority on Alpha since Suyo was already banned out, Alpha has been getting a lot more priority because of his ability to fight as early in the game as possible. RQ decided to respond with a bit more of a safe opening by grabbing the Valentina and the Cho so that they have a way of picking off the Alpha, like you mentioned with the way of the Dragon, but also to deny bigger ultimates with the Valentina. Onyx did take the Gatot and the Harith. The reason you take these together is because the Avatar, the Guardian, is really good at denying Zaman Force away. But with Valentina around, RQ can still deal with that somewhat. And the Hilda we talked about earlier, going to be picked up for RQ.
Oh, wow. I mean, okay, let's take a look on the band side, okay? We already see Araki Hoshi, great respawn coming in, and Hilda-wise, the question is, can they actually time it very right to actually shut down every movement coming in from King Kong? Because again, with the meta from the side of Hilda, the skill 2 is very useful for the side of Araki Hoshi. If you really mess around with all the resources that King Kong needs, that would be really good. On the other side, we do see Onyx picking up Edith, also a really good coming in for the side of Fnatic Onyx PH, and they also have Vexana on the line. More AoE, much more going in control-wise for the team of Fnatic Onyx PH right now.
Vexana is basically the only real mid option Onyx has left over since Loi was banned out, and Aurora isn't actually very good at dealing with heroes like Cho and Xborg, so having that Terrified maybe handle the Hilda diving on top of you makes a bit more sense, and with the Edith setup, there's good damage potential overall on the side of Fnatic Onyx. RQ Hoshi going to give Skylar his classic claw though. So they are leaning more into late game scaling and just expecting the pressure and hold the early stages with the Hilda and Export.
Oh, I do agree on that. Seriously, RQ Hoshi so far right now, really good response. It's just how they're gonna be able to control all the aggression that will be put out by Fnatic Onyx Philippines for the time being on the early mid. That's the crucial point right now, because we are going to see the fight between Skylar as well as the fact that definitely King Kong will try to mess things around. The invasion, are they going to deny it? Will RQ Hoshi be able to control it wise? And will the help of Edith as well as Gatot Kacha on the line, it will boost up even the momentum of Fnatic Onyx. But so far right now on drafting wise, I gotta say both sides has a really good potential. This even up for a while for the respawn wise. The question is, coming into the mid game, who are going to be able to stand out? But this is it, guys. This is the first series, the big series of our 2-0 bracket between Indonesia versus Philippines. It is going to be RRQ Hoshi versus Fnatic Onyx.
This is going to be a game to keep an eye on, ladies and gentlemen. As we know, the global series right around the corner. So establishing dominance here in the Snapdragon stage is going to set up that momentum you need for the rest of the year. And I think the drafts that we have here exactly suit the styles that Indonesia and Philippines are known for, with this side of Indonesia wanting to go for a little bit more of that early game and maybe set things up, while Fnatic Onyx, we know that they want to be able to take control of that mid game and just slowly tighten the grip around their opponents.
Agree, definitely. All right, so far, so smooth. A great cover coming in. I mean, we do see invasion coming in between Susujin as well as Kyler. Kyler gonna be in the pick right now. Oh, almost close enough to be tagged out, but with a dash, he still managed to survive it out. And we do see at least Brusco is on the lag side. Whatever it is, he'll be able to be backed up. But that was a really too close to tell whether or not RRQ Hoshi was able to be taken down our one Kelra. But nevertheless, he'll still be able to hold his ground, and he had to back away to recall himself.
Sujin, it's expected that he's going to be putting a little bit more attention towards the gold lane here, but in the mid lane, Briscoe taking quite a lot of damage himself.
Oh, coming in, and now we do see the first spike coming in by Kurt, taking down Darren first. The attempts coming in from Darren try to shut down Fnatic. Onyx not gonna be able to do so now. E-Dog and Vince gonna wait it out for Susujin to be actually hold it out, but this turtle is already in the hands of Kikon, and now they're pushing in for the scream itself. Kikon takes out E-Dog immediately with the Spirit of Alpha, now pushing straight away to the side of the one and only Susujin, but doesn't manage to put it. But that was already a good win with one kill on the side, as well as the turtle to be taken into Fnatic Onyx.
It is very much expected that Fnatic Onyx should control the early game with an Alpha, Edith, and Gatot Kacha. It's a lot easier for them to take control of objectives, and they just have generally more damage compared to RRQ Hoshi. For RRQ, they gotta hold the early game and focus on giving as much farm to Rins and Skylar as possible, with the Claude being the more obvious. That's why you're going to see a little bit more ganking towards the gold lane to make sure that Claude wins out against the Harith, because usually Harith is the winner here in this 1v1 lane matchup.
Oh, that's totally agree. And here on out, we do see a 1v1 matchup coming in from Kurt as well as Darren. Airborne comes through, and now Kurt's trying to do it damage as much as he could. But I mean, you're talking about fighting off with Darren. I mean, a lot of the mobility-wise, survival and sustainability coming in from him. It's not going to be easy. Attempts coming in from the side of Kurt himself, but he's still not giving up. But he's got to be careful along the side of RRQ. It's going to be Susujin is just overlooking, and it seems that King Kong gets the input as well, and they will deny it as well. Now Rince moving away as quickly as possible before being tagged out. At least a reposition is a good in favor coming in from Arakiyoshi, but they really gotta hold off for a while because the aggression being put out by Fnatic Onyx at the moment right now, it's really scary.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad for Tyrant because when you are on a Hilda, you're usually the one causing havoc and pressure on the map. But because Onyx just has so much early game damage and they're dealing with an alpha jungle, the Hilda cannot actually invade to try and disrupt King Kong. He just has to try and win out a lane priority, which is already kind of difficult against an Edith, so that they can roam and actually stop Onyx from being overly aggressive on other parts of the map. Unfortunately, Onyx not really being stopped by that. They're going to start contesting the turtle against Sunsujin.
Oh, coming in straight with the Spirit of Alpha, pushing in straight. Airborne comes through. Darren trying to push it straight away to King Kong, but doesn't manage to get the kill he's needed. He don't getting a lot of damage, but the turtle has already been picked up and pushing in right now. Is trying to push in, but RRQ Hoshi doesn't get the target that they needed. Fnatic on it, they're gonna actually get away already. They already got what they needed, but damage comes through from Susujin. Double kill taking down Kirk as well as the side of Brusco. Now that's what is needed coming in for the side of RRQ, but at the same time, this is gonna be tough for the side of Team Fnatic Onyx, as at least RRQ Hoshi gets the trade that they needed.
That is exactly what RRQ Hoshi is looking for, and actually a massive win, because up until now I have been mentioning that Fnatic Onyx should be stronger at this stage of the game. They just have more presence and damage overall, but extended the team fight a little bit too far, and RRQ beautifully managed their resources and positioning, playing around the healing being provided by the Revitalize so that they could prolong the fight and then re-enter once Onyx had overextended in the mid lane. Because of that, Sunsujin now has a little bit of an EXP lead against King Kong, and RQ has evened up the net worth difference. As long as they keep the gold even and Skylar does not die, this game is going in their favor.
Agree, definitely. And a little bit stronger coming in from the side of Darren. This is where no matter how much you try to put out a potential to fight out with Kurt, it's still not enough. And going into the side of Susujin, I agree on the note that now he's actually in a very good advantage. Hopefully RRQ Hoshi can be potentially to cover and control the movement that they are required right now to move into the mid game. And so far right now, we do see that Team Fnatic Onyx is gonna actually try to team up right at the top, gonna actually try to give a lot of pressure to Skylar as well as Ida, but it will be denied instantly. Team RRQ Hoshi, really good grounding, really good coverage right now for both teams. It's really tie up for both of the teams right now.
Yeah, like we mentioned, gold lane going to get a lot of attention because if Onyx can unlock Kelra and have him start gaining gold from assists, it accelerates their snowball so much further while stopping Skylar. But RQ not letting that happen.
Oh, they're not letting it happen as well. They're contesting for the turtle as well. Darren coming in for the push of Brusco. Susagen takes down and get the turtle instead. But at the moment right now, they will be trying to go in for the scrimmage. Not done yet. Going in for the push to the side of Rins. Rins had to pull away with Susagen having so much damage to put out. They had to reposition, but it's a good move. Skylar almost been tagged out. Now Darren coming in for the backline. Dead matter to take down. This is Zaman first coming through, and Rin takes down Kilra immediately. Now pushing on straight. Darren doesn't have much damage, and they had to pull away. A really good win, but Super Frizz comes along with the trade, and King Kong shuts down Susagen immediately with what cost they have. Even though getting the turtle is a 2 trades coming in from the side of Fnatic on it. But Jiren, he seems like Kurt trying to get as much as kill as possible. He wants to go in for the push, but still, it was a good cause. They still managed to pull away without any casualty, but the trade is still the same for Fnatic Onyx as well as Philippine.
Yeah, that trade initially looked incredible for RQ Hoshi. Again, beautifully managing their positioning, but this time it was them who prolonged the fight a little bit too far and underestimated the DPS.
Oh, coming in for a fight as the moment right now, we do see Katokacha coming in, but at the same time, it's not going to pull anything with that Avatar Guardian. Team Fnatic Onyx will be able to pull away for those fight, even despite the fact that RQ Hoshi was not been pulled in. But at the same time, RQ Hoshi, great position, great respawn-wise. So far, they know how to actually have a really good space between Fnatic Onyx, and that's what is needed. Even on the ground-wise, they did manage to actually trade off between the 2 turrets from the top as well as mid lane. Here on out, Team RQ Hoshi, at least on the cover ground of the map, is still in their hands.
Even though Onyx was able to get some good kills in that previous fight, remember the win condition we mentioned. As long as RQ Hoshi keeps the gold somewhat even until the late game, they are actually in the lead. And the gold difference right now, very, very small. Only about 1,000 in favor of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. In comparison, RQ will scale way better, and they're gonna play for that timing.
Oh, they're gonna pay from starting. Avatar Guardian coming in for the push. At the moment right now, King Kong had to pull his, but so much damage coming in. But Skylar takes down Sprints immediately, and Riz shuts down Brusco. Kara been stuck in the middle, will be taken out by Ito with the Waves of Dragon. But King Kong trying to survive with the Spear of Alpha, trying to move away, but Riz taking out Kurt. And it's gonna be Darren to push in with the last explosion, shutting him down with the sacrificer kill. But that's needed already from the side of RQ, just to take down, getting the team wiped out. Desirable in RQ Hoshi hands.
Fnatic Onyx went for a slightly over-aggressive position around the Lord Pit. At this stage of the game, it's understandable. They still have control, they still have damage, but RRQ, I've been seeing their micro movements, and it has been very, very impressive the way that they're dodging Avatar the Guardian every single time, making use of iframes, and Edok as well, finding Super Prince in the backline and kicking him into the Blazing Duet, thereby funneling the entirety of Fnatic Onyx into a small area where Skylar can do the most damage. He also now has the most gold in the game. RQ, with a 2k net worth lead now at 10 minutes, are very poised to take this game if Onyx are not able to find an equalizer.
Now let's see. They're gonna go in straight to the bottom side. Doesn't spot anyone. It seems that Edot trying to find a way to actually go into the backline first of all, but at the same time will be denied by Super Friends, not allowing any extension coming in from the RQ Hoshi. Lords is marching in, King Kong right at the front side. It seems that Darren will be at the backline. Doesn't spot anyone just yet, but they don't know who they want to go in. Rins overlooking straight, try to pull away, but Skylar takes down the turret immediately, but they deny it. They're actually having a little bit of hesitant, try to pull in into the Fnatic Onyx, and this is the reason why Fnatic Onyx having a really good defense wise so far. And Team Arakeoshi, they couldn't find the opening they needed, so at least on the side of Fnatic Onyx, they still be able to neutralize all the lords and the wave that coming their way.
But they're not able to neutralize the gold advantage. RQ is now controlling the entirety of the map, and they have successfully taken every exterior tower from the side of Fnatic Onyx, leaving only the inhibitors behind. While Onyx is pretty strong as a 5-man death bow, RQ Hoshi's lineup is designed quite well to be able to split up the map and even play for pickoffs. So they're gonna continue doing so and see if they can bait out individual members of Fnatic Onyx. And if they're able to continue doing that, it's going to be quite difficult for our Filipino champions.
Let's see, let's see. King Kong trying to find a way to break to RRQ. So far, Brusco just waiting for the right time. The fact that RRQ, I like the positioning wise, they're denying every avatar guidance been put out by Brusco. And that's the reason why it's not in the favor of Fnatic Onyx every time they go into team fights. So that's the motion where we're seeing RRQ Hoshi positioning wise is very important for their keys. Now, Kara trying to actually bait out ROQ, trying to actually pull them in. And the best part about it is that team RQOshi, they don't need to worry about anything. They're literally prioritizing on the lane side. As long as they allow those waves come in and keep giving pressure to Fnatic Onyx, it's still gonna be in their favor.
Now, it's a very interesting picture to see here because we typically expect PH teams to always be superior in terms of macro. But because of the draft matchup for this game in particular, RQ Hoshi are taking care of that incredibly well, since all of their heroes are either durable on their own or have built-in escape mechanisms so that they are able to split push waves without needing to worry too much about getting ganked. Not to mention that Kirk is the only really reliable form of CC that Fnatic Onyx has. He has to find Skylar, and that is after baiting out a Purify. Otherwise, RQ Hoshi just has so many ways of controlling team fights.
Oh, going in straight for the Waves of Dragon, taking down King Kong. So much damage put out. Spear of Alpha pushing in, try to give as much pressure, but it's not going to do anything as they push into Brusco instead. Getting double kill from the Rise of Rings, but at the same time, Rings is a little bit overextension, had to be shut down by Kara with the Zaman Pause. But at the same time, right here, we do see Susujin going to go in for all the burst that is required, but it's not going to be enough. That trade's coming in 2-2-1, and they're going to push it all out to the side of Kurt, as well as going into Kara, immediately shutting him down, and going in with a power of wilderness, a little bit overextension to the side of Jiren, but Kurt still survive it out. Prince takes down Edot immediately. This Lord is mushing in a really good overextension as giving that advantage to the side of Fnatic Onyx. But at the same time, Susujin overlooking to the side of Prince, but here on now, Kurt picks him up immediately as Susujin had to back away, having so much damage, and in the end, the Lord, a little bit those overextension is giving those potential to Fnatic Onyx to reverse this back, the effect into RQ Hoshi.
I really like the decision that was made by RQ to just rush in and try to take out the remaining members so that they could end the game with the Lord. Unfortunately, they went a little bit too far, and Kirk was luckily able to survive with a tiny bit of HP, because if the Eden had gone down, RQ would have definitely ended the game right there and then. With that though, that does give Onyx a little bit more breathing room, but they only have one inhibitor on very low HP to hold on to. Whatever happens, this next Lord must go into their hands, or RRQ should be able to quite easily whittle down the crystal.
Right, 81 seconds to go for the Lord. Is it that they will try to actually push those team fights, or will they actually try to go in for the team fights along that Lord lane? But here on out, E-Dog is just trying to overlook. He will try to find a way to actually pick it up. Rins, a little bit overextension will be denied by Super Friends, and not only that, they're pushing in straight away, giving a lot of damage. They're going to actually push on for that last turret immediately, but not going to be doing it a lot of favor, but just need one more push. Will be denied instantly by Fnatic. Just one more hit could have actually got that turret, but in the end, Fnatic still giving a lot of pressure, not allowing Araki Hoshi to even come in.
Yeah, Skylar tried to go in with the BMI for one last hit on the tower, but we have to remember, in the patch, they updated the tower so that they are just super tanky if you don't have minions nearby. In the past, a single hit would have actually taken that down, but that's no longer viable. Regardless though, I think RQ are in a very, very comfortable position. Right now, Skylar going to be doing a lot of damage, and because there isn't enough ways for Fnatic Onyx to force out his Purify, he can actually position himself very aggressively without needing to be worried about being CC chained. He has 0 deaths so far, and the Lord is coming up. Fnatic Onyx need this, or they need to at least slow it down. With only one tower standing, if RQ pushes in with this and a Claude, the game is basically over.
It is coming in right now. We do see King Kong trying to push into Jiren, but at the same time, a little bit overextension coming to Edo with the Waves of Dragon. Didn't pick up anyone, but Skylar will be able to take down Kurt first of all, and getting double kill to the side of Brusco. Susujin take down Killer immediately, and King Kong, the overextension that was done by the side of Fnatic Onyx, will be punished from Hoshi, and unfortunately, they will go in straight into the grounds of this side. Despite the fact Darren had to be sacrificed, but it's already a done deal for the side of Team Hoshi. They will be able to get this first game in the hands of Indonesia.
An unexpected result, but one that we already considered as a possibility. Both of these teams are very powerful contenders, and this is just a space for them to show how well they have adjusted after their respective performances in their MPL. RQ Hoshi, while their lineup is a little weaker in the early game, they were so good at micromanaging dodges away from big cooldown abilities on the side of Fnatic Onyx, so that once that mid game came around, even though Onyx should be winning just from sheer damage alone, the way that RRQ were dancing in and out of the team fight was so clean. And Skylar, he is on that Claude. It's one of his signatures. If you don't stop him, this man just takes over the Land of Dawn.
Agree, definitely. And I like the fact how the overextension was done by Edo. He goes in for the Wazor, picked up King Kong, picked up either anyone on the side. Even we did saw how Kelra as well as Brusco was trying to survive it out, but unfortunately, even with the Avatar Garden, it was denied immediately because of Edo himself. And he was having a little bit of overextension. He pulled away and let the rest of the damage was taken out or given out by his own teammates. You got Subsugin on the side. You got the fact that all the pressure been put up with those burst damage. That was when they were having a lot of struggle for Fnatic Onyx himself. But taking a look on the side of how it's actually built out after the game, this is the aftermath of the statistic wise. I mean, started out really good on Fnatic. We did see on the early stages, both of the teams had a potential. Both of the teams was having the traits of they desire. Fnatic Onyx having the early aggression was what put them on a really good lead. But RRQ Hoshi, that the reason why they know what was in the mind of Fnatic Onyx into the early stages, as well as for those team fights where they denied immediately, where they want to actually be pulled into the center of Fnatic Onyx. That's the reason why RRQ Hoshi just come up top here for match number 1.
When you look at the lineups, you can see that Fnatic Onyx lineup is not just more oriented towards the early game, it's actually fairly all in. Yes, they do have some peel in the form of the Terrify and maybe the Harif being able to dash around, but generally when you start a fight, you expect to win it. There's a lot of resources that can be committed to just out DPS the opponent, especially with a lineup like RRQ. But because RRQ Hoshi was aware of this fact already, they made sure to steal away team fight control every single time. Every time Kirk or Briscoe tries to start the fight, you can see how good RRQ are at backing off, reframing the team fight positioning, and then re-entering. And that's why heroes like the X-Borg are so good at doing this, all that extra slow and just damage over time that you don't really think about really whittles you down.
Yeah, but looking on the damage that deal, Rinse with 77,641 on the back line, denying anyone who tried to pick him up, even despite the fact that there were accountable times that we do see that Kirk tried to push in, even King Kong tried to actually chase after Rinse first of all, but it has been denied by Diren. Diren was ultimately always on King Kong's eyes, making sure that King Kong will not be pushing into the side of RRQ Hoshi. But the MVP mention that needs to be put out here for the first series first match, it has to be Skylar. 3209 KDA, 857 GPM. I mean, if you give Skylar as a goal laner to have this much potential to get that GPM, it definitely will give so much of the boost and advantage to your own team.
There is a reason why Skylar is called the gold standard. Even though nowadays Claude as a hero has fallen a little bit in usage compared to more popular picks like Natan and Harif, in the right hands it can still cause so much chaos. And this is, mind you, in a lane where he's supposed to be losing early to his counter matchup, Elra on the Harif. RQ were very smart, putting extra attention onto his lane in particular because they knew that as long as he wasn't losing lane, he is already automatically winning it.
Agree, definitely. And this is where the second scrimmage was coming out. Rings was able to take down Brusco. I mean, despite the fact they tried to actually shut down the Kara, and Kara tried to actually hold out with the Zaman Force, it didn't lock down to anyone that he wanted to, because it was denied countless of time by E-Dog himself. And even despite the fact here, this is a little bit of overextension, but it was necessary. Those are the crucial sacrifices that was done by Team Arakyoshi, that they want to actually get it done as quickly as possible, at least get those two tourists to be taken out immediately. And they just needed this lot. If they got the lot, it was already enough. And no matter how it is, despite the fact that Team Fnatic Onyx tried to find a way to push into the back lane of Arakyoshi, it was denied every single time by E-Dog as well as Darren as himself, to make sure that the backline will be covered up.
Yeah, unfortunately, Onyx lineup is kind of full commit, not just in terms of team fighting, but in terms of scaling as well. They're not very suited for macro play. They can't split the map, they can't open it up. In fact, it's RRQ who can do that more easily. So with all of these extra tools and very smart early game play to negate the initial advantage that the opponents may have had, RQ were able to eke out victory in game number 1. We are seeing an evolution here, because this is typically not gameplay that would be associated directly with Indonesian teams. But as time passes, we're seeing a lot of growth across the MLBB community as a whole.
Agree, definitely. I mean, this is just the first round for Arakyoshi versus Fnatic Onyx. Let's see if our Philippine teams will be able to respond even better at the round number 2. We're coming up right after this with the short breaks coming up next, guys.
Here we go!
Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Every day I work hard trying to prove myself. I know I'm worthy, don't rely on no one else. You're gonna see me fly. I'm gonna do it right. Ooh, I got it in my sights, alright. Ooh, I'm gonna get my dreams this time. I can't live without it. I'm not giving up this time. Oh, I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on. Manifest this year, your new anthem. Yeah, you gotta keep it going. Stay on the path that you've always chosen. I know that you got the power in you. Believe in yourself, cause you know that it's true. Repeat the same words loud every day. I'm a boss, I was born to slay. I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. I forgot what it feels like to stop and just do nothing. Like I was waiting for a reason to just be, yeah. I wanna flow like the summer breeze, catch this wave and just be buzzing. High on life, yeah, I'ma stay right here. Whoa, cause I've been going too hard, always take it too far. Really need to slow down and breathe. Been ignoring the signs, sucked back into the grind till a little birdie flew by and said, relax. Don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. Don't let it get you down. No, no. Oh, oh, relax. Stop running round and take a second, slow down, yeah. You would see it's all good in the hood. Oh, 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 oh.
And we are live again here for the Fnatic Onyx Philippine versus RRQ Hoshi. First round is done and it is in the favor of RRQ Hoshi. Great micromanaging, how they actually be able to shut down any attempts coming in from Fnatic Onyx into getting that team fights in repositioning. The aggression that it was wanted to be put out was not in the favor of Fnatic Onyx. But coming into the second round itself, will Fnatic Onyx learn from those mistakes? Dava, what are your thoughts?
I think what needs to happen is that going into the second round, they need to not fix themselves too early into a specific playstyle. There is a reason why Alpha isn't typically picked up as a first pick, because while he is a very strong hero and has recently gotten a little bit more attention due to Suyo being banned out more often, Sutsujin is a pretty dangerous jungler in the sense that he can actually transition between more flashy assassins and more utility fighters like that X-Borg, right? I'm sure that King Kong can do a similar thing, but because the alpha was already locked in very early on, and we saw them go for a certain style by taking the Harif and the Gatot at the same time to make sure that it was not denied away, it gave a lot of information to RQ Hoshi to work with, understanding that, okay, this is a lineup that we can outscale with something like the Claude, and then arranging their hero picks to play around that.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. Pretty much we've already seen most of the Orthodox picked up. Harith, Gatut, and those are the things that I think most of the players have already adapted, and they've already learned how to actually counter those combination into the gameplay style. But here on out, this is the second round itself. Let's see what are they gonna actually pick out, as Fnatic Onyx will still, it's a little bit of a miss of the graphic wise, but ROQ Hoshi will be the one to be the first pick. We got banning wise, we got Fanny, Cho, as well as Loyi has been banned out. On the side of Fnatic Onyx, they still do not allow Jushin as well as Chip to be picked out.
Unfortunately, Red side nowadays has to take on the responsibility of getting rid of Chip, Zusin, and many times Suyo as well. It's not a fun place to be in, but being able to pick combos together does make up for it sometimes. Instead though, Onyx will allow the Suyo through, focusing on getting rid of Khalid instead.
This is the fine line. Like, it's a opening for you. Definitely, people would definitely pick up Suyo, right? You already opening up. It's either you picked it up or you will allow those crucial picked up to give it up by Fnatic Onyx. But once ROQ Hoshi picked out Suyo, how will Fnatic Onyx actually respond? Will they actually use the same typical combo? They will actually deny those aggression being put out by ROQ Hoshi, or will they be a little bit more strategic for their pickings?
Well, now that Suyo has been locked in by RRQ, it is actually safer for Fnatic Onyx to go for the Alpha rather than just blind first picking it before. Because in the first place, Alpha started to get popular again in the meta because he was one of the few early game junglers that could actually match up to Suyo in terms of DPS. Interestingly though, they go for a different option. I thought that they might go Alpha Hilda, but they went for the Valentina instead.
Okay, they went to Valentina and Hilda, but we know for a fact that if you have Hilda on your side, it's a really good roamer to give you a lot of potential to give leeway for your jungler. And this is what we saw on ROQ Hoshi, right? Durin was a menace. He always let Skylar as well as Rins to just Skylar as well as Suzujin to be at anywhere with comfort zone on their own. They don't have to worry much because Darren will always be there to just guard them out and allow them to maneuver and the map itself. But now coming into the choices of RRQ Hoshi, we got Matilda being picked up as well as Phoveus.
So the reason why the Hilda pick is actually really good here for Fnatic Onyx with the Valentina is because you would typically want to match Hilda with a hero that's hard to kill, right? So obviously Hylos or Gatot. However, both of those have really important ultimates that the Valentina can steal away. It thereby forces RQ into something like the Phoveus instead, which they do eventually pick up. And this will allow the Hilda in the EXP lane to get unlocked a whole lot earlier. RQ has considered this. That's why they go for the Matilda instead, so that they can match that mobility and deal with the Hilda by pulling people away to safety if she goes for the invade. However, with the Joy getting locked in, that's gonna make RRQ's job a whole lot more difficult because the two positions that would typically have the best CC of dealing with her, the Roam and the EXP, have already been picked by RRQ, and neither of them have a solid way of locking her down.
Oh, this is gonna be tough. I mean, Fnatic Onyx, you talked about how Joy right now has already been into a popularized pool as well after the patch news as well, right? And I think pretty much Joy is one heroes that need to be watched out as well. And this is ROQ Hoshi. They still have a map support that they need to be careful on coming into their choices at the moment right now. With ban ups right here, we do see that Farmis as well as Vexana been picked out to be taken out. Vectris also been shut down by the team of ROQ Hoshi on their side.
Yeah, Fnatic, I really like the way they're drafting right now. It is very respectful and also very smart. Getting rid of the Faramis because the Matilda Faramis combo can be very scary in the hands of a coordinated team, not to mention that Joy's damage is very burst based, so if NetherRealm eats all of it, they won't get to do too much. And the Vexana, which is one of the mages that can actually handle a Hilda or Joy jumping on them if they time the Terrify properly. Aurora, unfortunately, is not quite as easy to do with that. RQ do decide to ban out Marksman instead, aiming for a lot of Killer classics in the Beatrix and the carry, but we do still have things like the Claude and the Natan open.
Yeah, that's true though. So, doing on the side of Fnatic Onyx, I mean, pretty much they don't really have much to worry because the pool is still open for them. A lot of the heroes that Carol can use, as well as the fact that I think there's a possibility that you can still pick up anyone to actually distinguish as, or even have those individual fights that is ROQ Hoshi will try to do, will not be in the favor of them. But no, are you kidding me? You're picking up Brody? I mean, I know, yes, Brody has been buffed this season or this patch note, but it's not really, it was not really that much of the buff to be given out. The adjustment is not that much on the cooldown. But then again, I don't know, maybe Fnatic Onyx knows what we don't know now, Steffa?
Brody is really interesting because he is supposed to be picked up to win a lane, but due to a lot of changes over the last few patches, doesn't even match up to heroes like Natan, Harif, or Clint, right? Or Bruno, for example. So people just don't really pick him up. He got buffed in the recent patch to have slightly more physical attack growth, but that only helps him out towards the late game. And in that regard, he loses out to heroes like Natan, Claude, Beatrix, and so on. So I don't feel like Brody is that good of a hero, even though I really do miss playing him a lot.
I agree. I mean, again, I think even day number 3, we did saw one of the teams, if I'm not mistaken, it should be on the side of Monster Vicious. I think it's either Monster Vicious who picked up Brody to try and error. I'm not sure on that, but there was one team that actually picked up Brody, and it was not going into their side. It wasn't actually what I expected, and that's the crucial point. I mean, like, you try to pick up a hero. I'm not sure what they're trying to pull out into the gameplay style. Maybe because of the fact that patch note, they thought that Brody, after the buff, it will be better to be used. But then again, on the drafting wise that we are seeing right now, 3 of the heroes that have been picked out by Fnatic Onyx is already a good picks for them. But once they picked out Brody into the mashed up, I'm questioning what Fnatic Onyx is actually trying to put out in the gameplay.
Yeah, unless it turns out that the Brody pick was actually some sort of mistake, because there was a little bit of glitching going on there.
True.
We're gonna wait a little bit on news of that because we're not too sure yet whether the Brody pick was for real or not. We will update you guys in just a little bit. But in terms of the rest of the pickups, I am actually liking Fnatic Onyx draft just a little bit more right now, although it is actually harder to execute.
Agree, definitely. I mean, we're do truly sorry on the side of the drafting phase bugginess. I mean, we're unfortunately not able to actually capture it for a while, but hopefully we'll be able to get it as soon as possible so that we can actually get a full picture of what is it going to be like into this second round of the first series. Will it be on the side of Fnatic Onyx to be able to control what are the response that is required going into ROQ Hoshi? Because so far right now, ROQ Hoshi, let's take a look on the heroes that been picked out by ROQ Hoshi, right? I mean, they have, I mean, not to say not a good response, but it's those two crucial points where you have Suyo. Yes, it's a meta heroes to be put out, and you have to be careful. But I like the fact that they actually have Hilda to chase him around to make sure that he can actually cover the grounds. And we've seen this already happening in SPS Open Finals. Despite Suyo is one of the metas, having Hilda on the opponent side as a roamer, you will be denied immediately of your movement. There are certain times that it's gonna be crucial for the side of Arakyoshi, how they're gonna actually try to get the resources they needed into fighting at that mid stage of the game.
And they purposefully manipulated the draft. Right? Without Suyo on the red side, blue side has to pick it up. You cannot give it over to red side when you have it available. Because of that, they get to have the Hilda first, and they also banned out the Khalid instead of Suyo, so that RQ Hoshi would not have their own early game EXP laner to match up against Hilda and maybe do invasion themselves.
Agree, definitely. And looking on the side of the play style that we saw on round number 1, this is where we are seeing Fnatic Onyx is doing a little bit better on their calculation on what they want to actually portray here into the gameplay. So otherwise, right now, before we even get the complete setup or the setup of the heroes lineup that is going to be into round number 2, so far Fnatic Onyx, I think that if they have what they want into the heroes lineup, and besides the Brody bugginess that we're not sure if they really do pick up, I think Fnatic Onyx will have the good consciousness or even control-wise into this round number 2.
But again, executional difficulty is
True.
there. Joy is not really a hero that a lot of people will have practiced recently, though I'm sure that junglers on both sides would have no problem with it. But it means you gotta draft around making space to get that electrifying beat set up. In comparison, Suyo is just a Swiss Army knife. He is ready to go at any time and has so many tools to deal with. Plus, literally impossible to contest objectives against him because of that Soul Sever. It does so much percentage damage.
Agree, definitely. And looking on the side right now, how Team RQ Hoshi, they are being pushed because of that. Hopefully, because they've already well known on the usage of Suyo, despite the fact that we are going to have a fight between the junglers and junglers, there's a possibility if they can actually hold a really good movement, because I do think that Joy on the late game is going to be tough, because Suyo wise, yes, on the early stages, if he will able to maneuver on all of the invasions or even the struggleness or the borderlines that been put out by Hilda itself, maybe there's a possibility that RQ Hoshi will be able to run away with this round number 2.
Yeah, it's hard to say for now though. And based on game number 1, it's already being seen that it's kind of expect the unexpected here.
True.
Because historically, we know ID teams to be a little bit more aggressive early and to go for those snowball fights in terms of microplay, and PH teams to be more macro and late game scaling focused. But in game number 1, it was actually the direct opposite, where Fnatic Onyx Philippines to make something early with the alpha, and RQ Hoshi was the one slowing down the game so that Cloud could farm, and then they win by macroing the map and splitting apart their opponents. It shows that there has been enough advancement that you can never really place a true identity onto a specific region, and you gotta be able to draft and play with any possibility in mind.
Agree, definitely. And just a fun fact again for those of you guys who have just joining into the live stream, we're having a little bit slight technical difficulty. This technical pause is because of the fact that we're not getting the feed that we want from the side of our game right now, and we would love to see what is happening right now. Like either or not is the game has already started or have they actually done their drafting wise, because so far right now they've already picked out three of their heroes, and we're still holding on to see whether or not they've already done their draftings. And going into round number two, will it be a good case of fight between the two teams, Araki Hoshi? How they're going to actually be able to control the movement of Team Fnatic on this round number two? So far, round number one, they have been successful. Araki Hoshi, I like the fact that they read Fnatic Onyx movement, and hopefully on round number two that could be also another case of Fnatic Onyx also being doing the same thing as well. Now they're going in for the respawn that is very well right now with all the drafting they've done, but we still haven't had any idea what it's going to be like coming into this round number two.
Yeah, as we know right now, we are having the people behind the scenes work their hardest and as fast as they can to resolve the technical difficulties that we are facing so that we can jump into game number two ASAP. So apologies to everyone, and thanks for being patient with us. Don't worry, game two is gonna come back very, very soon. In the meantime, though, RQ currently one game up against Fnatic Onyx. I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of people out there who didn't expect this result, right? And I'm sure that power scalers all over the internet are already having a field day before the series is even concluded.
Agree, definitely. I mean, I was actually expecting on RQ's side Hoshi to be shut down in the early stages, because that was what we saw on the early 2 minutes or even at the 4 minutes itself. Because the fact is, RQ Hoshi, they try to actually put out a really good fight, but Fnatic Onyx was the one who actually put out a really good aggression. But now, finally, this is round number two, guys. I'm really, really sorry again on behalf of our side, but we are now going into round number two, RQ Hoshi, Indonesia versus Fnatic Onyx, Philippines.
Ooh, and it looks like we've already missed a good chunk of the action, actually. We are nearly 8 minutes into the game. The kill score currently 8-6 in favor of Fnatic Onyx, but the goal score actually not too far apart. Looks like the Brody pick was actually for real, and Kelra has been doing pretty good so far. 2-1-3 score, and ooh, very close to taking out Edog there too.
Oh, Edog, a little bit too aggression right now, but he had to pull away. But oh, and the other side, we do see Edog trying to insert himself. That's not going to be a good overextension, but Kirk will be immediately be punished by Durin. On the side right now, we do see Kelra had to pull away, but King Kong on the side will be shut down by Susujin, immediately getting 2 trades right now. And as we see it, it seems like Susujin is not done. He wants to pull another player of RRQ, but on the side of Fnatic Onyx, unfortunately, Team Fnatic Onyx, they're losing those 2 players in the process of trying to shut down RRQ Hoshi. It's still not enough, but covering grounds on the map wise, look at this. We got 2 of the turrets already been taken out. Team RRQ Hoshi looking better than ever.
I do wish we got to see exactly what are the moments that led up to this situation, but looks like RQ Hoshi has been able to reclaim a gold lead, and Susujin getting another Lord. While the late game scaling between these two is not as drastically different compared to game number one, because there isn't something like a Claude to deal with, I do think that RQ still has the slightly better late game, because Brody doesn't scale quite as well, and with a Harith and Suyo, you actually have a lot of damage to deal with.
Agree, definitely. I mean, not only that, you got Rins using that Aurora as well. So Team RQ Hoshi, they're going out for the damage itself. Now pushing it straight to Kurt immediately. Durin trying to stop his way with the power of Villagers, but didn't manage to do so, as Kurt managed to pull away. Now the Lord will be marching into the lane to clear out the last second turret in the mid.
So far, RQ looks to be in control of this game. Fnatic Onyx, they do have tools. Valentina and Joy actually do a surprising amount of DPS once they've got a few items under their belt. But Susujin just finished his BOD. So being able to control the fight is very, very crucial. Briscoe going to be the only real form of setup that Fnatic on it can play around on that Arlet. But if the timing is incorrect, Rins, who did end up going Aurora in the end after Vexana got banned out, will be able to take over the fight.
Oh, King Kong versus Suzujin going in for the slash, but doesn't manage to get the knocks that is needed. King Kong still survive it out. Jungler versus jungler, it does seems in the favor of King Kong though, because Suzujin had so much damage, but RQ Hoshi with a really good call out respawn wise, that's the reason why King Kong had to pull away before he's been ganged out. But at the same time, right here, another turret to be taken out on the second last tier. So that means it's all out to the last tier of Fnatic on it holding on to their turrets.
Looking at the gold leaderboard right now, Susujin right at the very top with Skylar right behind him as well. King Kong not quite at level 15, so there is an EXP disparity. We can see that the rotations from RQ Hoshi are very, very controlled with this Matilda.
Oh, coming in straight away to try to go in for the power over this, but doesn't manage to take it out. Now, Duran had to pull away. So much overextension ended up having him to cause his own half line. But at the same time, right here, Zaman Force will not be able to have anyone to locked on. It's just so them to give them at least a slow down tempo coming into their own movement. But at the same time, right here, Fnatic on it, trying to find a way if they can actually pick up anyone from Arakyo Hoshi.
Yeah, looking at the itemization right now, Holy Crystal already completed on Skylar as well. This is where Harif really starts hitting like a truck and continuing to invade the jungle.
Oh, Psycho takes down Super Prince as well. Great job coming in with that hailstorm. But at the same time, right here, FNOC had to pull away.
Yeah, things are not looking too good for Fnatic Onyx Philippines right now. Nearly a 5k disparity between them, 12 minutes in. Malefic Roar just completed on Sutsujin. And while they do have tools to maybe manage the Suyo, they're having to spend a lot of it dealing with just Dyron and Skylar, both of which have kind of get out of free jail cards because of that Matilda. The way that they're able to dance in and out of the team fights, while a little bit different from game number one, is showing some similarities. The controlled rotation, really good micro play. That is how they're coming out on top against Fnatic right now.
Agree, definitely. And taking a look on RQ Hoshi, doing a really good ground. They're looking over to the side of King Kong. E-Dog is looking for a way, but oh, they pull away instead to go in for that two-way because they are going to actually prioritize on the wave as the Lord is already marching in. And seems like King Kong gets the input. He's going to actually recall back to join into the team fight. Pushing in straight away on the top right now. Hailstorm comes through, does get a hit to Kurt. Going to be enough. The turret is coming in already. First of the turret from the mid lane is already been taken down. But on the side of Kirk, he's looking for one person to try to tag off. But it seems that Arakyoshi will deny it. But stun comes through, and it's going to be Super Fist to be able to take down Edo. First of all, overextension will be punished. But at this moment right now, we do see the side comes through from the side of RQ to be able to hold down that positioning. So much of the resources has been put out, but it's still not enough.
There's very, very heavy pressure on Briscoe right now. That final slash is the only real way that Fnatic can really punish RQ for being out of position. And that was one clear example of it, but they were only able to find two. That's not quite enough yet. They're going to see what more they can take by pushing down mid.
Oh, Turin will be picked up. Summerrow. He had to pull away straight away, but at the same time, right here, Fnatic Onyx will be able to take down Turin even with the Kara to be pushed out. But at the same time, RQ Hoshi looking a little bit struggling right now, even though they were in the lead in the first place.
Yeah, that is the momentum that Onyx really, really needed. RQ are still fine. They still have a 5k net worth lead. That's just a momentary stopgap in their advancement. But they cannot allow that to happen a second or third time. Briscoe's positioning needs to be paid attention to, and they cannot group up right outside the base because that just sets up perfectly for a flicker final slash. Fnatic gonna use this opportunity to take as many structures as possible and look to regain control over the map so that they can more easily contest the next neutral objective.
Agree, definitely. 30 seconds on the clock, Lord will be spawned out, and it seems that they're trying to actually push this wave to the side of Team RQ Hoshi. Let's see if it's gonna be in their favor. Spotted out Kirk in the bushes. They will get the info they required. Not gonna allow any invasion or the movement of Team Fnatic Onyx that easily. But we do see King Kong is already right at the top, and they might actually go in for this fight. Already stacking on the Lord, waiting for the time being.
Briscoe, if he can set up a final slash into King Kong and Kelra, that is the win condition that Onyx is looking for. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a big flashy play like that either. If they can continue picking up individual members of RRQ, maybe forcing out resources early, they can still take control of this game.
Oh, but they picked up, almost able to be taken out a little bit too overextension coming in from RQ, but still they managed to actually reposition themselves. But right now, Ido try to find a way to take down Prince, but on the other side, King Kong a little bit overextension. Oh, but he managed to pull away. Even that Zama support able to take down Brusco immediately. Now they're pushing into Kelra, takes down Kelra immediately by Susujin, and that's gonna be an opening. But Super Prince tried to move away as quickly as possible, but will he be able to do so? So much damage been put out. Team RQ Kazu try to hold it out. Even with the shots coming through by Scarlet, is still not gonna be in the favor, but still that's already the enough damage that is needed. But Kurt all by himself tried to clear out the wave coming into the mid lane. Not sure what is going on, but Kurt now will be joining into the team fight. He tried to finish off the mid lane, but the slot will be able to clear out to give the opportunity for RQ Hoshi to march on again into the baseline of Fnatic Onyx.
Kirk definitely doing God's work though. That's basically the only thing that he can try to do there, slow down the middle wave. Because if he didn't manage to do that, it would have collapsed with RQ at the same time when multiple members were already taken out. And that could have actually been the end of game 2. There's no way that Kirk is going to be able to rejoin the fight after all of that. So dealing with wave management and making sure housekeeping is kept up is the best way to maintain the game state. Unfortunately, because Briscoe missed the, well, he did land the flicker final slash, but his team wasn't close enough to follow up, and that's the major thing.
Oh, but Susujin is in a very tough situation right here, but he will be able to take down by King Kong. Now, Fnatic Onyx denied immediately 2 of the players of RQ Hoshi as well, taking out Reens as well. Even with the Lord itself is already marching into Fnatic Onyx, they don't have enough of resources to be put out. So here on out, seems that King Kong will try to actually go in. Nope, he doesn't actually try to go into, because that's not a really good position to fight out with RQ Hoshi.
A bit of a mistake by Susujin there. He definitely should have left. If he was counting the timing, he would have known that the skill 2 of Joy was already back up, and a single hit would have been enough to take him out. And if he's gone, there's no way that Rins can follow up, because the Aurora just has a hard time catching that Joy. If I get that they were probably trying to split push the wave and maybe hold King Kong back from rejoining his friends so that maybe the rest of RQ could push in with the Lord and end the game. But because they lost 2 members there, King Kong was able to get back, Fnatic was able to regroup, and the Lord that RQ had so painstakingly gained for themselves amounted to really no advantage on the map at all. And the longer the game goes, the more control Fnatic is able to take for themselves. This Suyo, while still able to do a lot of DPS in the last few minutes, is pretty squishy once you get to that stage, and Joy actually starts taking over with the amount of anti-CC that she can play around.
Oh, agree, definitely. And this is a crucial point coming in from RQ Hoshi. They have to time it right, gotta be careful. And it seems that Brusco is gonna try to find a way to break into the back line of RQ Hoshi, but it's gonna be Kirk. Try to initiate it, but they pull away, denying any movement coming in for Fnatic. Super Prince also just overlooking from the distance, but it's going to be Duran who tried to go in for the initiation, but doesn't manage to do it. Even with the Hailstorm, denies any movement coming in from Fnatic. Try to get that info as much as possible, but Team Fnatic Onyx is all over the place.
Yeah, neither team is gonna look to commit right there. Information is the battlefield right now. As we approach the 20-minute mark, Kirk, his job is just to stand in front, provide scouting, and see where RQ is. Briscoe, despite being on an Arlet, actually wants to stand back so that he can come in at the opportunistic time to get a flicker final slash and put RQ out of position. The best case scenario, if they've already spent resources trying to dive into Fnatic Onyx. That mistake has already happened to them once. I highly doubt it'll happen again. It's gonna really come down to how well Fnatic Onyx can control the map and split apart the members so that they get a false sense of security that maybe they can start a fight.
Oh, agree, definitely. I mean, looking on the side right now, they are great in positioning wise. The RRQ not allowing any of the backline comes in. Even Fnatic also not giving any of the space to come through. But here right now, we do see Dirin going for initiation again. Everyone comes through. Brusco right on the pick, but doesn't manage to connect the dot as quickly as possible. And Fnatic on it pull away as quickly. And now, Team RRQ Hoshi, they want to get this slot immediately done.
They're gonna try and control the Lord Pit right now. Fnatic Onyx right on the edge, and the fight starts again.
The fight starts again. Kara will be picked out immediately by Dirin. By the same time, that Zaman Force will deny it of the movement, but he'll be able to take down Brusco as well. Pushing into King Kong. Dirin going in for the power for the fight off the side of King Kong, but doesn't manage to put through. But Super Friends, win back, take out. Overextension come through, but Susujin will be able to take down by King Kong. But now, Team RRQ, they want more. They're going to try to push into Super Friends. Going in with the Hailstorm, doesn't connect the dot. Skyler try to push away, slowing it down with the movement. Hailstorm again, and managed to take down Super Friends immediately. And now leaving two more plays to go. King Kong right in the open. They're looking for a way. Dirin try to slow him down. Goes in for the slash. Doesn't manage to slow him down. And Team RRQ Hoshi just try to do as much damage as they could. But they want to finish this off already. Kurt comes in in the fight. In between. He tried to survive it up. But Riz takes him down. And now one more play to go. Goes in for the team wiped out. And this is the end as RRQ Hoshi wins the series with 2-0.
Such a good example of taking advantage of opportunities right in front of you. While Fnatic Onyx was doing their best to hold their position to maybe steal away some resources, RQ was able to identify that, hey, they are actually split up looking for an angle, and if we can jump on Kelra as well as King Kong at the same time, then we have them on the ropes. After that, it's all a matter of chasing them down because they just have so many ways of doing so, especially with Matilda, Suyo, and Harif on their side. I think Super Friends actually played a really huge role in delaying that final push. He actually managed to pick off Sutsujin. Unfortunately, it was a 2v5 at that point, and the game was basically over. RRQ defying the odds and taking a clean sweep against the Filipino champs.
Wow, I mean, I think we did not expect this coming from Indonesia. I mean, we do know that for a fight, it could have gone into a 2-1. It could have been going on to best of 1, but RRQ Hoshi, that was it was amazing on how they discipline-wise, how they managed to control every movement that was coming their way and denying all these stunts that's been put out by the team of Fnatic Onyx. Let's take a look on the aftermath of what was happening into this round number 2. Looking on how they control, I mean, give a shout out to the side of Skyler, right? Because that was the reason why Skyler was able to actually shut down every movement that was done by Fnatic Onyx. E-Dog picking off one after another, looking for an opportunity so that they can break Fnatic Onyx front side, so that they will be denying anyone either side, whether Kirk, who's trying to pick top, it was actually been pushed away by Dirin. So RRQ Hoshi, they know how to actually strategize and not allow Fnatic Onyx to come through.
Yeah, I like the idea that Fnatic Onyx went into the draft with, what I mentioned earlier, with them banning out the Khalid, giving away the Suyo so that they could grab Hilda for themselves, while not allowing any of the big EXP laners because they had a Valentina. Up until that point, I actually really liked the inclusion of Joy as well, but then the Brody came out, and I feel that that does lock Fnatic Onyx in a little bit in terms of what options they can play with. And if they were able to get an early snowball on Kelra and King Kong, then it would have absolutely worked out fine. But I feel like the Matilda may have slipped their minds a little bit. Extra mobility and early game presence that this hero provides a team like RRQ is just too big to ignore.
Agree. I mean, like, with a really good late game as well. I mean, you allowing the fact that Matilda wise, circling eagle, having a really good movement to maneuver from one end to another end. Those are the things that are crucial coming into the win of RRQ Hoshi. But Skylar as the MVP right here with the 7 kills and the damage been put out by King Kong. I mean, he did his best. He tried his best on the because we were denied on the 6 minute or even on the 7 minutes of the game. It could possibly seen that on the early stages, King Kong was the one who ultimately was able to maneuver those flows into the side of Fnatic Onyx. But as it grows on, we do see that Team RRQ as a whole, they were able to manage all the movement that was done by Fnatic Onyx.
It is unfortunate that we weren't really able to see what happened in the first couple of minutes of the game due to some technical difficulties. Otherwise, we may have been able to find out exactly why Fnatic Onyx was again having a difficulty keeping up in that early game despite having a Brody and a Hilda, which should give them lane priority on both sides of the map. RQ Hoshi, they have a very good understanding of what this meta is. We already knew that it was probably more suited for the Indonesian style of gameplay, but they've also kind of adapted a bit of that traditional PH macro into their toolset as well. And it's just a very oppressive experience.
Agree, definitely. I think pretty much on the fine line of the drafting wise. I mean, yeah, you talked about how Brody was a little bit conspicuous to be picked out by Fnatic Onyx for this round number 2. But Skylar, again, as the one and only goal laner right here, he's top of the map right here for the first series itself as the MVP with 725 KDA and 733. I mean, talking back again, right, during the early stage, and I think this could be one of the highlights that we didn't get to see because we were denied on the 7 minutes. And we see how the movement, right, they got the title first of all, and this is the fight we see. Most of the engagement was coming in from the side of Fnatic. First of all, they were able to control all the movement even despite Kurt was taking down A-Dog, and we did saw that Fnatic Onyx was already leading to 8-5 for their kill points at that time. But this is where the fine line where RRQ Hoshi was able to shut down every of the movement.
Really nice movements coming in here. The moment that Briscoe was able to catch them once with that final slash, we saw that RQ took measures to make sure it never happened again. And while there were some individual mistakes, like here Sutsujin deciding to try and continue the fight to whittle down King Kong, it didn't quite work out, but the game still went very much in their control. After the next Lord fight, Onyx were not able to find the engagement that they needed, and it gave RQ Hoshi a clean victory.
A clean victory for our first series. Indonesia will be so proud right now as RQ Hoshi able to trample against our Philippines champions. But not to worry, as we've talked about, RQ Hoshi as well as Fnatic Onyx, they are on a 2-0 bracket, which means they still have one more lifeline to go. Only for for the Fnatic Onyx right now, they will be in the bracket of 2-1, and they'll be meeting off with the rest of the teams who are also in the same odds for their fights to continue here for the SPS Open Finals. But RQ Hoshi, they're gonna have a little bit more hardship on the side of their journey because they're gonna be in the bracket of 3-0 to continue that win streaks.
It means that they're gonna be facing the real toughest of toughest remaining teams here in this competition. And I imagine a lot of the teams are gonna be dropping down to that 2-1 bracket are gonna be a little bit scared of the fact that Fnatic Onyx might be right beyond the horizon. But we've also got some of our results for games in other streams.
Wow, I mean, on the other streams, we have the BM streams that is covering for the Alter Ego versus Team Vamos, and it seems that Alter Ego was able to take down Team Vamos in their own bracket. And if I'm not mistaken, Team Vamos, I think they still have one more lifeline to go on their scene, so this could be another case of them will be trying to actually survive for the next bracket. So we're not saying goodbye just yet for them, but unfortunately for that stream, we are gonna say congratulations to Team Alter Ego for continuing on that 3-0 streak.
It does definitely seem like the Indonesian teams are coming out to play this meta, having that extra aggression and all the assassins and fighter heroes in the jungles to play around really helps them out a lot. Even the MDL teams proving to be pretty scary overall. But on the PH stream, we had a bit of a PH versus PH matchup with Aurora coming out with a clean sweep as well against Smart Omega.
Okay, this is also another bracket of our 2-0 as well. So that means Team Smart Omega, they're gonna be in the same pool with Fnatic Onyx as well as Team Vamos. Oh, do you see the patterns already for our 2-1 teams? And also to those who are already at the 2-0s, RRQ Hoshi is gonna meet up with Aurora as well as the team of Alter Ego. Oh, this is another to be seen on to the day number 5 of SPS Open Finals, Dafa.
As the Open Finals get closer and closer to the final day, the competition is just going to get harder and harder. And that also means even a more exciting games for all of you guys watching at home. So if you guys haven't yet, go ahead and show the ESL and Snapdragon social channels a bit of love so that you know exactly when the streams start and when you can catch the best MLBB action.
Agree, definitely. Follow us all in all of the social media platforms to get all the informations and all the matches that you are really wanting to watch, because I know you have all the teams that you are all fans of and you want to know how they progress here for the Swiss bracket SPS Open Finals. So far right now, those are the teams here coming in from the 2-0 bracket and they are still here. They're still fighting off. It's just that one of their lifeline has already been taken away, and hopefully for those who still maintain their win streak, they gotta be careful because they're almost close enough to be the one qualifying into the Challenge Open Finals next stage, which is the group stage. So remember guys, only 4 wins are needed here. If you can maintain that 4-0 in your lifeline, you'll be able to maintain. And not only that, there's also another information to be put out as well for the SPS Open Finals. We have also 1 slot to be opened up, so it's not going to be top 5 anymore. It's not going to be top 4. It's going to be top 5 who managed to join into the SPS Challenge group stage. So 5 teams to be fighting out. That's going to be interesting, man.
It just means that you gotta fight that much harder to make sure that you are in that top 5 so that you can move on to the next stage and continue showing the world what you're capable of. This is gonna be a lot of good practice as well, because it's the last chance for these teams to face off against some of their international rivals before the M6 World Series comes at the end of the year. So it's gonna be exciting. I think we all did not expect this first series to end up being 2-0. So it really shows the amount of growing that RRQ Hoshi has been through.
Agree, definitely. I think that definitely Indonesia will definitely show out how they are right now in a really good scene. And talking about Indonesia, we got Team Liquid Indonesia right now having a tie fight at the Indonesia team with the Rebellion Esports, meaning they're not done yet. It's best of 3, so now it goes down to best of 1. Is it gonna be the Team Liquid who will be able to rise off to fight off into another bracket, or will Rebellion Esports the one who will be put down into 2-1 for their bracket to meet off with to Team Vamos or even Fnatic Onyx? So those are the questions that we are wondering. So it's still an ongoing fight. If you guys are interested to watch into the Indonesia team, you guys can check out Team Liquid Indonesia versus the team of if I'm not mistaken, it was what was it? Oh my god, I lost my Rebellion Esports. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Zaba.
That's actually a big surprise, right? It's a big surprise that that's a 1-1 because Team Liquid ID is the champion of MPL ID, whereas Rebellion didn't even qualify for the playoffs. So the fact it's a best of 1 now between those 2 teams shows that there is a bit of a status shift happening here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and who knows what's gonna come next.
Oh, and not only that, we are also giving you a special segment whereby we have our winner of the first series in the interview segment. Let's welcome our ROQ Hoshi, Skyla. Hello, MVP. Congratulations.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Thank you. Good.
Good. All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go in for the first question. My first question, RRQ Hoshi Skyler, did you actually expect it to win against Fnatic Onyx, especially the fact they are the champions
Mm.
of Philippines?
Think just lucky.
Just lucky?
Yeah.
Lucky?
Yeah.
So
Wow,
you didn't
so
expect
humble.
to go 2-0.
Because Fnatic Onyx saved the strats for M6, I think.
Oh, mind games. I like that. Dafa?
Yeah.
That is very, very interesting. It would be a surprise if they were keeping strats. But I also want to ask you, Skyler, I think you have a lot of fans. A lot of people look up to you as one of the best goal laners in the world. We just got
No, Keller best goal laner.
one of them. I think you can be confident enough in that. But we just got a new patch. Do you think this new patch helps gold laners, or is it actually a little worse for gold laners?
I think this patch so many item buff, right? Like Malefic Gun get buff. I think Marksman meta now, I think.
Ooh, okay.
Okay,
So it's
interesting.
X-Men meta now.
Alright.
I
Okay,
gotta
and
ask,
now-
since you brought it up as
Okay,
well.
sure.
Alright. What do you think of Malefic Gun?
I think it's good because the range so far, right? If you use Layla, for example, if you use Layla and then level 12, you get so far passive, right? And then you use Malefic Gun, so very far.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. All right, last question before we say goodbye to you. You are now in the pool of the win streak. 3-0. You're gonna meet off with Team Alter Ego. You are also gonna meet off with the rest of the team. Who are you looking forward into that bracket of 2-0 teams?
I think Team Liquid ID because losing in MPL.
Oh, I see. All right. Say anything to your fans to say goodbye and also to win for your next game coming up for the 3-0.
Speak bahasa or English?
Either one can.
Bahasa kan?
Can.
Sure.
Makasih semuanya yang udah support kita dan jangan lupa dukung kita di next match lagi. Thank you semuanya.
So is this a translation? Very, very direct translation. Skylar said, thank you to all who support them and please keep on supporting them. Thank you, Skylar. Again, congratulations to the win. Keep on doing your best and hopefully you will keep up that win streak. Bye-bye, Skylar.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
He said it was a luck because Fnatic Onyx is hiding their strats. Do you agree on that, Stava?
I mean, we can't deny that some are probably hiding. That's just a little bit here, but you can't deny that Fnatic Onyx was caught a little bit with their pants down there. RQ looked really, really good. And Skylar continuing to be humble, right? Saying he won because of luck, saying he's not one of the best marksmen in the world, even though people call him a gold standard. That's very nice to see.
I know. I mean, like, for me, I do agree that there is some truth in what he says because Fnatic Onyx with that Brody pick, I mean, it's questionable. You could have actually have other marksmen, you could have actually have other XP to actually control your lane, but you decided to pick that. Again, questionable because maybe because they thought with the new patch, with the new buff, it could have actually be a good pick here for Brody's side, but we've already seen it on day number 3 and it didn't give as much burst as needed, even though we saw how Brusco was trying to get that momentum or even the right initiation to the side of Araki Hoshi, but it was denied countlessly. I mean, talking about how Araki Hoshi, we got the Zaman Force slowing things down. We also have Matilda circling playing Eagles, just making sure that they will not be controlled at all. Those mobility wise from Arakyoshi was made them as the winner here for the first series. But we still have 2 more series to go, guys. You guys don't want to miss out because there's another match up coming up next after Arakyoshi wins off to Fnatic Onyx. It is going to be another team from the side of Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is from Indonesia. We're gonna actually see how the team of Evil versus Pro Esports, sorry, not Indonesia, sorry, Singapore versus Cambodia, whereby can Singapore Evil maintain their position here after getting 1-1 as well as Pro Esports. We're coming right after this with the short breaks.
Here we go!
Don't stop.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. 'Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Give it too much, now I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light, the green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong.
And we are back again here at the SPS Open Finals Day number 4. Done with the Arakyoshi versus Fnatic Onyx. Second series up next is going to be Evil Singapore versus the Pro Esport Cambodia. And it has been a great ride for Evil, alright? Because at the start of day number 1, they were superbly amazing. But they were denied immediately because once they moved into the 2-0 bracket, they met off with Arakyoshi. On the side of Pro Esport, the first day itself, they had to meet with the champions of Philippines, which is Fnatic Onyx, and it was unfortunate. I mean, when you are from a community heroes, had to meet up with the Philippines giants, it's not gonna be easy. But as they met up with Team Singapore, they met up with Team SV, that is when our community heroes meeting up with community heroes, it put a standard that Pro Esport, they want to continue their win here or even continue their survival in the SPS Open Finals. But then again, they're not gonna meet up with the Evil Singapore. Will they be able to maintain it, or will either one of them will be saying goodbye today in the day number 4? It will be Fasha Bunny as well as Tava in the Castadas.
Yep. I feel like this second match is going to be pretty interesting here because both of these teams are from regions that MLBB fans will typically write off just a little bit, alright? You don't usually put a lot of stocks into Singapore or Cambodia, but both these teams have performed pretty well overall, with Pro Esports being 3rd place in the most recent MPL Cambodia Season 7, and Team Evil being 2nd place in the recent MPL Singapore Season 8. So I think they have a lot demonstrate, especially since a loss here will eliminate them from the competition.
Agree, definitely. I mean, take a look on the roster of Evil Singapore, right? We got Ken at the EXP, Powerful as the jungler, Sela as the mid laner, Coconut as the roamer, and Marky as the goal lane. Now, they have been struggling on day number one, even though they did manage to win against Vampire Chaos. But as they met off with Ara Kyoshi, most of the attempts they were trying to do, even when they had the idea been put out, they want to actually control the link on the side of Arakyoshi, and then they have Fanny to move around, but it was denied immediately by Arakyoshi. Nothing that could be picked up by them was able to be put out into a fundamental success in their area. But if they meet up with Pro Esport, would it be a different case? Who knows? Coming into this second series of the day.
On the side of Pro Esports from Cambodia, we've got Sari and Felix as the EXP laner, Tuzu in the jungle, Sa as the mid laner, PP in the roam position, as well as Super Red in the gold lane. Cambodia has always been one of those regions that feels very interesting, sort of wildcardish teams, in that their gameplay can sometimes be somewhat scrappy and chaotic. One thing that identifies them, though, is how willing they are to maybe break the mold and make things happen, even when the textbook gameplay says that they shouldn't.
Oh, that's true though. That's kind of true. Let's take a look on the prediction wise between both of us. So far, we've already been denied of the points for our first series. Now, second series wise, I'm gonna give a little bit of leeway to my Singaporean teams because I want to support them. Even though I know it's not gonna be easy, especially fighting off with Pro Esport Cambodia, but I think Evil might be able to give them a run for the money. But on your side, what are your thoughts with that 2-0?
So what I am thinking is, in this meta right now, the classic sort of Singaporean approach to MLBB may be at a slight disadvantage. Like with the exception of a team like NIP Flash, for example, who has very aggressive players, Diablo being the most obvious, a lot of other teams in MPLSG tend to play a very textbook and deliberate style. It works well, yes, but when you have teams who are literally running you down across the map, you can see that there is a sort of slowness in how they respond. It's very reactive gameplay, which I personally am not a big fan of. I think teams need to be able to create opportunities on their own to really be able to stand out on the international stage.
Oh, that's a great note. Definitely agree on that, because the fact is, when it comes to the patch note itself, this is a crucial point where how do you actually adapt even more so with the meta rising off. And we heard how Skylar said it could be a meta for marksman as well for this season. And this could be another case that SPS Opal Finals will see a different new gameplay to be put out. But ban-wise, coming in from both teams, we got Hylos as well as Matilda been banned out by Evil, and Chip also been banned out by Pro Esports.
Oh, now look, these are all going to be pretty classic bans to kick things off. Side will once again have to deal with the question of, do I spend my bans to get rid of Suyo and Zusin? Right now, Suyo going to be already eliminated, whereas we see Evil getting rid of Hylos and Matilda, because because Evil and a lot of Singaporean teams tend to play a little bit slower in the early stages. They want to deny heroes away from the opponent that can really create pressure by invading and having high mobility across the map. Both of these heroes are capable of doing that, so they're just taking them off the board to be safe.
I like that idea. Definitely something that could put a really good standard on Evil Singapore-wise. And Angela also been banned up. Also another support that is also a menace inside the gameplay. If either one of the players will be able to pick up, it's not going to be easy. Now, Pro Esport, they still have Jushin to be banned out. Will they actually allow it, or will they deny that Holy Trinity here into our round number one?
Zusin, a lot of teams have tried to experiment with letting this hero through, but the amount of control that Lantern Flare gives you, especially early on, even if she doesn't have the best mid lane priority, Nowadays, mid lane priority is not as important because you can have a roamer disrupt that lane equilibrium quite easily for you and then immediately rotate around to start causing chaos by pulling people away from their half of the map. Looks like Pro Esports will allow the Zeus in through, instead banning the Phobius. So will Evil go for it?
Evil did go for it. I mean, it's already open, and you definitely will have that opportunity, even despite the fact that you might have a little bit of issue when it comes to picking up the players. But then again, the respawn coming in from Pro Esport, they're picking up Eve for the respawn. And Hilda.
Eve and yep, Hilda, very, very popular now. Like we mentioned right when the stream started, used to be a bit of a flavor for MY and ID, but now everyone is playing her, especially with the recent buff to her skill 2 cooldown. She's just so oppressive at level 1. And with Eve, surprisingly, didn't get to see a lot in the previous series. This is a hero that's been gaining a lot of ground for that real-world manipulation, being able to take control of big, coordinated team fights. And I think that's something that Pro Esports is pretty good at. They're able to find and make these opportunities happen. Having a big box to capture Evil, gonna be great for them.
Yeah, and not only that, they're gonna make sure try to counter out with the AOE, right? But we also have Evil will be able to pick up Alpha for themselves, and hopefully that will be one of the instigators that they needed with the Spear of Alpha to give a lot of the potential of team fights. Also will be a case, and not only that, they pair up with Gacha Kacha, who can actually pull in all the enemies into his own area, and those are the things that Evil required the most. But Pro Esport also responded very wisely with picking up Nolan, who has such great mobility to fight it off.
One of the better aim assassins available nowadays to be able to match up against Alpha, since Suyo is obviously off the table. If you're able to take advantage of Eve and Hilda to slow down and maybe capture enemies, Nolan can come in and finish them off with a fracture quite easily. The extra movement speed also allows him to navigate around slower heroes like Zusin and Gatot, though he has to be a bit careful in his position in regards to that. Since neither team has picked up their gold laner yet, we are seeing Pro Esports put their focus towards banning that side, since they will have first pick in the second phase.
Ooh, and they only also banned out Harith, as well as 1-1 also been banned up. I like the fact that they're trying to actually thinning out the pool of the heroes itself so that they will have the least amount of choices to be picked out right now.
And because they banned Harith specifically, it does create the thought in mind that maybe Pro Esports wants to go for a 1-1 or a Claude, because these are heroes that might have a bit of difficulty against Harith in lane. So with the 1-1 banned out, we'll see if Evil decides that Claude may be a problem for them to get rid of as well. But with Moskov already gone, keeping as many scaling heroes in the pool as possible may be something Evil wants to consider.
That is very true. I mean, looking on the side of how Team Evil Singapore, they're doing a really good response to the side of Pro Esport. The question is, what are their not just say quite signature character they would like to pick out, and how they are very comfortable with the pools that are still surviving. Joe will be banned off right now. They're gonna actually deny it because the fact that they already have Hilda on the side of Pro Esport, and they're not going to allow anyone to pick out Jushin easily on that side. So those are the crucial points, that at least Jushin on the backline will still survive it out, and they'll still have someone to guard up and hold off any of those pickings to be made by Pro Esports.
And looks like Pro Esports will go ahead and grab the Natan. I personally feel like Natan is in a bit of a ridiculous state right now. He's able to do good damage early on, scales well with 2 or 3 items, and then late game he's able to just blink in and blow you up in like 2 seconds. It is actually ridiculous how much value he has across the course of a game. Evil gonna be focusing on CC here. With a Tigreal and a Zusin, they have a really good ways of controlling the team fight, even when there's a real-world manipulation on the opposite side. They'll go ahead and pick up that carry. Definitely not as popular as she used to be, and you would not logically expect to see her, since Pro Esports only really has the Hilda that plays into her passive. but this could be more of a comfort situation.
Could be, but in the late games, if Evil will be able to give that leeway for carry to actually have a good space, to have their resources as needed, and with the wheels as well coming out from carry, it can slow things down from Pro Esport, because so far right now they have so much mobility. The heroes wise, they have so much space to actually cover ground, and not only that, they have Carmilla as into their own pick for the last one. This also gives them so much of a space that Evil Singapore needs to be really careful, and this is the reason why they picked out Tigreal, they picked out Gatot Kaja. They want to actually conquer or even try to focus on a center of a ground that team fights can be pulled into their territory. But then again, can they do so with so much of the heroes that is very slimy and very sneaky that can move away from their own team fights? Snafa, what are your thoughts on this drafting?
I really like the Carmilla as a last pick, because this not only plays into comboing with things like the Eve and the Natan. Like if you spread that Curse of Blood, it's just so much damage being spread about. It also correctly identifies that Evil is a team that likes to fight as a 5-man. This is a team that habitually wants to all be together to get things going, and they have the heroes to back that up as well. So if Pro Esports are able to capture all of them in the big box and circle of death, that's going to be really rough for them.
Agree. I definitely think that this is going to be an interesting fight here for our second series of the day. You guys are watching Evil Singapore versus the team that is probably might have the potential to say goodbye or will have a chance to still survive. Pro Esport Cambodia. Who will it be? The first round is about to start. So far right now, everyone is contesting right on the mid lane. Coconut giving some damage onto PPP, but at the same time, they taunt straight to Sorry I'm Felix, giving so much damage. Sorry Felix had to actually pull away from those engagement. In the end, they do try to actually pick up PPP. Nope, not gonna actually continue on. Doesn't finish the counter-wise that they want to find.
All right. Oh, hold on. Still a little bit of a skirmish happening here.
Yup, it's coming in. Zuzu takes down the first blood, and Sorry I'm Felix also take down the powerful. No, just when they thought that the scream was taken out, they ended up finishing off the two players of Team Evils.
Evil making a mistake there. There was no reason for them to be that far up on the map when they had already chased Pro Esports away from the Little Wanderer. They have a very bulky lineup. Yes, they don't have to worry about being picked off too easily early on, but their own damage is actually very burst-based, because until Marky actually gets some items, they're fully relying on this alpha to go in and dish out damage. And if he's already used all of his cooldowns, then Pro Esports just comes back in afterwards and finishes them off, no matter how tanky they are. So that is exactly what we saw there. Evil needs to make sure not to repeat that mistake, or Pro Esports will just take over the game.
Oh, that is like one thing that needs to be very focused on to the side of Evil's Singapore, because the fact is those are the certain things that Team Evil Singapore wanted to actually pull out into the team fights, but then again, the reason they tried to pull wrong and they were wasting too much of the time at that mid lane was the reason Team Pro Cambodia was able to actually punish them. But at the same time right now, if on the early stages, even the fact that they didn't manage to get those team fights into their hands, Stafa, your thoughts coming into the mid games, how is it gonna be like?
A mid-game should still fall into Pro Esports, having the Curse of Blood with the real-world manipulation, and then Nolan and Natan on top of all of that is just so much damage. And I already highlighted that Evil likes to play together. We even saw it in that first river fight. So many of their players pulled into the jungle to try and deal with Pro Esports, and then we're kind of slow to retreat as well. So if they continue with this habit of sticking together as a group, then they are just setting up for their opponents, and that cannot happen.
Oh, I feel like this is gonna be tough for Team Evil though, because if they continue on with this kind of same gameplay, they're gonna have a rough time continuing on round number one. So far, right now, I feel like if they keep on going in for the aggression, they want to actually go in the early scrimmage. Those are the crucial things they have to be taking note. Like how are they want to actually pull out, how they want to actually pick up, because they have Jushin, yes, they have the Lantern of Flare picking up one player, but one of these situation wise, if it's been denied with the mobility wise coming in from Team Pro Esport, those Lantern Flare is not going to do anything in their favor.
Yeah, one thing that Evil can try to play around is to go for pickups when Pro Esports isn't quite ready to fight together, because they actually have a really long CC chain with Sin and Tigreal together once they hit level 4. So if Coconut is able to get a big implosion setup, or if Sayla is able to throw people into Coconut, and then Ken is around to take advantage of it, Evil actually can win fights.
And it seems that Sora and Felix will be taken out by Powerful. Able to even get the first turtle in their hands as well is one of a really good move coming in from Evil. It's still not enough, but at least for now, they are in a really good strength or even the power level with the side. But RWM been put out here too close for Coconut. Had to pull away before becoming a casualty. But a really good move coming in from the side of Pro Esport. Try to contain them in that position, but still, it's not enough.
Very important that Coconut was able to get out of there as well, while preserving his flicker. He didn't actually end up having to use his battle spell to escape, because if he did, then he would have missed using it right as he hit this level 4 timing, which is when Pro Esports would be the least prepared for a potential flicker implosion play. So that's pretty good, but I like that Pro Esports is already starting to pull Super Red into fights to see if they can get farm onto the Natan as soon as possible, because this hero just scales like crazy. Evil has to be careful of that.
Evil have to be really careful to see all the lanes that needs to be covered up. Marky, right down below, is trying to actually try to get the info is required on Super Red. But there you go, Tuzu takes down Powerful, and the Avatar of Guardian going in for the airborne of Tuzu as well as PP, but doesn't actually able to capture them. Now, trying to go in for the Lantern Flare, gonna pick PP off. Can he actually pick it up? Oh, unfortunately, wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, I really don't think Evil should have continued it. Even if they managed to pick up PP, they needed to back it off, because I'm pretty sure the Carmilla was just waiting for it to happen so that you could turn around with the Curse of Blood and just allow Sa to start doing some damage instead. In the mid lane though,
Oh, in the mid lane here, going to pick up Sub, but Tuzu comes in for the fight as BP also joining in. And this is where Team Evil have to be careful and they pull away from those fight. But PP is overlooking to invade into the territory of Team Evil. Try to kill it, but Tuzu takes down the turtle in the hands of Pro Esports. So that's going to be one turtle in the hands of Team Pro Esports right now. But as the buff was trying to be contested, it wasn't actually trying to go in for a really big fight though. So they're actually being a little bit disciplined right now for Team Pro Esports.
Yeah, I also have a little bit of an issue with Evil's draft in the sense that they are mainly bulky setters, and then the horses of DPS are powerful and marky, both of which are physical damage dealers. So it makes it a little easier to itemize against them. Yes, both Alpha and Carry will have true damage built in later, but that'll take a lot longer to actually happen, and that's the timing that Pro Esports are gonna go.
RWM been poked out right here. It's going to be Super Red trying to push in. PP takes down Coconut. Sa trying to have a lot of damage, but Super Red coming in for the backup. Takes down immediately Powerful as well. And that's going to be the end as they manage to actually get another turret right at the top as well. With a really good cover up right here by Pro Esport, they still maintain a good position.
Yeah, these are the issues that I was pointing out earlier. Evil just seems a little bit too reactive, and Pro Esports is just willing to do things across the map. The macro play is good, and even though Tuzu wasn't part of the fight, getting a free tower up top, the rest of Pro Esports actually won that, despite Evil initially catching them out with a pretty good Spear of Alpha. The speed at which Evil responds and the draft that they are playing is not very suited toward dealing with the aggression of not just Pro Esports, but a lot of the other Cambodian teams.
This is not gonna be easy. Even Coconut try to find a way with that implosion, but it's still not gonna be easy though. But here's Super Red going in for the overextension. Marky pulls away. That implosion was put out, but Super Red comes in, takes down Coconut immediately, and Ken had to pull away. But this is gonna be a 3v1 situation. Ken can survive it out, but the turret is already out. This is where they're gonna punish straight away Ken, and making another kill in the hands of Pro Esports. Double kill by Super Red.
Pro Esports is doing an excellent job of punishing Evil right now. They are separating them one by one because they know that Evil has a lineup that needs to wombo combo. If they take apart any member, especially of their frontliners, it becomes a lot more difficult for them to actually execute on it.
Oh, but we are gonna go in for another technical pause. Even though we almost see Powerful try to push in straight away to Pro Esport with the Spear of Alpha, but then again, we're not gonna see the continuity of that storylines because so far right now, we're gonna give a time being, a little bit of space for the players to get prepared. Even more so, they will be trying to find the solution to what the issue that they're going on or encountering at the moment right now. But going back into what has been going on for this round number 1 between Evil Singapore versus Pro Esport Cambodia, it is in the favor of Pro Esport. They know how to get it done. They didn't even had to actually go in for a full-on 5v5 team fights because they know how to pick one after another. Even with Sela, try to actually use those lantern to pick up one player is still not enough because the mobility wise or the sleeky wise coming in from the team of Pro Esport is not enough for them to pull in for those team fights.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. I already expected that most likely Pro Esports would have the advantage in the early game, but they are really running away with the situation here. I think Evil needs to try and depend on some bad habits going on later because Pro Esports will always try to look for something and make it happen. So if they maybe overextend a couple of times in the mid to late game, especially when they're pushing into the base, then maybe Evil might be able to turn things around. But 7 minutes and it is already a 7k goal lead and the kill score is 10-1.
Oh, this is really rough for Team Evil. Tuzu already on the 12th level right now, and it seems that Marky is going to try to go in for 1v1, doesn't manage to pull in, but Ken going in straight to slow him down, doesn't manage, and even Sela going in for the Lantern of Flag, going to pick him up, picked on straight away to gank to, but Tuzu still survive it out. Look how amazing the mobility wise coming up from Tuzu, even with denial of Team Evil to gank them up.
And that means that all the time Evil spent to chase him down was just completely wasted. That's 4 members who committed time and cooldowns without getting anything in return. They're gonna lose their mid tier 1 for this. They're gonna lose their bot tier 2 for this. Evil's reliance on moving together as a squad, and unfortunately the speed of their reactions is just not able to deal with Pro Esports.
And the fact that right now, they're already down into the last layer of turret, except for the top layer who still have the second turret to still survive it out. But 20 seconds on the clock, the Lord is about to be spawned out. And this is where the fine line, Pro Esport, are they going to actually try to contest those Lord and try to go in for the team fight, or else they will try to actually take down one after another. Now pushing in straight to Coconut. Coconut having so much damage, had to pull away. Can also try to survive it out, try to make sure that at least Coconut survive it out, but there's so much of damage. Marky coming in to push in to get damage to Sorry I'm Phyllis, but it's still not going to be enough. Team Pro Esport giving that leeway, giving all those ground cover management to the side of Evil to be very focused on the top, leaving Tuzu on his own with the Lord.
And it looks like he will be able to get it though. Super Red, staying a little bit too long, does end up getting traded there. That's a shutdown. And Felix will chase down Sayla at the same time. Evil actually with the counter attack potentially.
Oh, coming in right now. Avatar Garden did pick up the one, but at the same time, it's not going to be enough. Looking for the cooldown at the moment right now. Looking for a way. Marky try to actually go in, but Tuzu on his own, solo pushing and just taking down turret. This is where the fine line of Evil, they're overextending themselves or even too focused on the high ground. They didn't realize what was going on under their own belt.
Yeah, this again, we are seeing these bad habits on display. Evil likes these 5v5 fights. They have drafted for the 5v5 fight, but Pro Esports is just playing circles around them. Tuzu doesn't even need to be part of the ganks and chases that the rest of his teammates are doing because they're actually pretty good in terms of a death ball strat themselves, and now they're just pushing in mid.
RWM picking up. Super Red takes down Ken. Tuzu takes down Marquis immediately. And this is where the fine line, they clear out the turret of the mid lane. They are going in all five. Gonna try to push in. Powerful to survive it out. Looking for the minion. And now it seems that Tuzu going in for Sellout, but almost been tagged out. But Sellout managed to pull away. Now that's gonna be the last turret of the day. They're going all out for the crystal. Coconut been put up, but Sayori and Felix gonna go in for the side of Devil. But at the same time, this is gonna be the end for the team of Evil Singapore as the first win goes out into the hands of Pro Esport Cambodia.
Man, that really didn't even feel like a contest there. One of the faster games we've seen so far. I think it was only 10-11 minutes total before Pro Esports was already whittling down the base of their opponents. I expected going into this, just based on their past gameplay, that Evil would have some difficulty. But it seems that there is a pretty wide gap in the way that these teams approach the game, and it feels like Pro Esports may just be the rock to Evil Scissors.
Oh, that's so sad because it's at the crucial moment where we see that Team Singapore, they were trying to go as one, but Pro Esport, they're better off. They literally know how to divide and conquer all of those maps area to a point that Team Evil, they literally did not know what was going on. And those are the mistakes that will be punished and they will be taken into consideration of Pro Esport itself. And Evil, somehow, yes, they are tankier. They are having a really good team fights that can be put out if it goes into their favor. But denial was done by Pro Esport themselves here into the first round.
It's a little bit of a subversion of expectations as well, because when you look at these lineups, you expect there to be a lot of 5v5, just like Death Ball, Death Ball, right? With a Tigreal and a Susin and a Gatot on one side, and then a Carmilla, Eve, and Natan on the other. Instead, though, Pro Esports just had their mind on the prize, making sure that they were playing the macro game at the time, while at the same time punishing Evil for overextending or spending too much time and resources just to chase down one person without even successfully getting anything for it. The goal lead is almost 13k in favor of Pro Esports. Evil literally didn't touch a single tower the entire game. It was a very one-sided beatdown.
Wow, that's how much of the objective focus on the side of Pro Esport. Not only they will really focus on pushing those waves, they're also focused on what to get things done. And MVP wise, Sa, despite not even getting any kills, I'm not sure if this is actually the correct graphics, could be maybe, but at the same time it could be because of the damage that was dealt by Sa that put him as the MVP here for this first round. But it also needs to be pointed out as well, Super Red getting 8 kills. He was in and out in the right moment at the right time. Tuzu only focusing on just pushing on those waves, and that was necessary for Team Pro Esport. Those are the things that shows how Pro Esport was well-rounded here for round number 1.
Evil just had zero lane priority across the map, because you saw Coconut and Ken and Powerful trying to make things happen in the mid lane. There was no assistance being given to the side lanes, when we already know that Natan and Hilda are going to have the advantage there. And then Eve is able to control fights so easily and so well. That's why Sa is able to get the MVP here. Sure, he has no kills, but he has 12 assists and 18% kill participation. Even being able to go for the damage build on Eve, going for the second item, Wishing Lantern, into Divine Glaive instead of more utility like the Ice Queen wand.
I mean, talking about that RWM, definitely giving a lot of pressure for the team of Evil. Like, they can't even move away. They couldn't actually try to go in because of the mobility wise. That was really hard for them. This is why we see RWM was picked up, and that's when PP was able to deny Coconut. Super Red takes down Puffle immediately. And those are the crucial things that these are required for a team from the side of Evil. Yes, they might be able to go in for the gang up, but then again, when it comes to mobility wise, they can't move away as quick as possible to avoid those team fights to be thrown into their face.
Teams that know how to control the map and manipulate the opponent's movements while creating openings for themselves will usually have greater success in any situation. And I think when we look at these two teams, it's very obvious which one of them was coming out on top in every single one of those facets. Evil needs to either shift the approach of their draft and maybe enable them to be a little bit more independent, because otherwise Pro Esports is just gonna do the same thing all over again for Game 2.
This is just the first round. We still have one more round to go if they want to win this series straight away. Will it be in the hands of Pro Esport, or will it be on the side of Evil Singapore to try to get that 1 point so that they can bet the best of one? We're gonna have a short break, but we'll be right back after this with the second round of the second series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go!
Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code, run it again. XOX cockroach code, run it again. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code, run it again. XOX cockroach code, run it again.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is soul vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your 4-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna coming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never number around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine? Main attraction.
Welcome back to the SBS Open Finals Day number 4. This is our second series. We've already seen what was the potential that Evo Singapore could fight off with Pro Esport. Unfortunately, the drafting wise, even though they wanted to go all out with the team fight, it was still not in their favor. Can they change things around with this second round coming up next? You are with me, Fasha, Vani, as well as Nava on the Cassidas.
Hello once again, everyone. We have been seeing some very, very interesting games out throughout the day today, kicking things off with a battle of the titans that ended up in an unexpected clean sweep, and now witnessing the Cambodian team of Pro Esports just take a really, really easy game 1 against Team Evil from Singapore. Going into game number 2, Singaporean representatives are going to need to really dig deep to figure out what went wrong previously, because there is a fundamental difference to their gameplay that is allowing Pro Esports to get away with quite a lot.
And the fact that we keep on seeing that Team Evil Singapore was trying to control every single movement of the players of Pro Esport into their gameplay, right? Those are the crucial moment where Team Pro Esport, doesn't matter, you can actually try gang us up. We can still be able to be covering all the waves that we are required. So that our objective is that the name of the game itself, just get the crystal, clear out the tourists. And those are the things they focus more, instead of Evil Singapore was trying to shut down all of their attempts or even the movement of Pro Esport. But coming into the ban scene, we do see Hilda finally been banned out. Eve also been banned out, as well as Angela on the side of Pro Esport. But Evil on the other side, they throw out all of the 3 Holy Trinity, which is Suyo, Jushin, as well as Chip.
Yep, this is the red side ban trinity basically. At most, a team is going to switch one of these out because there's just way too much to deal with. Pro Esports, it's interesting to see that they would ban out the Hilda and the Eve because these are 2 heroes that brought them a lot of success and really suit their playstyle. But going for the priority on Matilda makes a lot of sense because this is yet another early game hero that is really going to punish the opponent if they play too slowly in the first few minutes.
Agree, definitely. You have Matilda, who have so much mobility wise, can definitely be able to shut your movement. If you giving the opportunity for them to buff out, it's not going to be easy. But great response coming out from Evil itself. They picked up Hylos. Hylos is one of the heroes that can actually slow down, make a really good AoE for the side of Evil, so that at least movement coming in from the side of Matilda can be shut down just a little bit to help out. And not only that, they have a combo coming in with, as well as thing being joined out. Valentina been picked out.
I think this is a very safe opening for Team Evil, which may be necessary at this point. Just maybe try and figure out what Pro Esports is going to bring for game number 2. Is it going to be the same aggression, or is it going to be a more controlled approach? Pro Esports, they're going to lock in the Alpha, since Evil has not gone for a jungler just yet. And the Alpha Matilda combination is actually a really terrifying one, again, in the early game. Fovia should be able to hold lane pretty alright against the Hylos, but this Nolan pickup by Team Evil could be a factor that shifts things a little bit, because if you're able to get snowball and kills on this hero, it will give Evil a little bit more to work with.
Oh, this is interesting. And not only that, they ban out Aurora as well on the side of Evil, because they want to make sure that at least they're not going to be able to give so much pressure to Evil from those high grounds. So that at least the mobility wise of Evil, and then they'll be able to control all those backlines, denying any entrance coming in from Pro Esport. But then again, Pro Esport also respond. They're denying of Lunox in the hands of Evil as well.
If they're getting rid of Lunox, then most likely they want Harif, so Team Evil decides to ban it out themselves, so that you won't have to deal with that in the gold lane. And because of that, Pro Esports also gets rid of the Natan. Super Red himself should know how scary this hero is, because he was using it to completely demolish Evil in game number 1. With both Aurora and Eve off the table, that does take away a lot of the AoE teamfight control that Pro Esports might need in order to deal with Gloria's pathway. So you'll see what they do about that.
Bruno been picked up by Evil. I know Bruno has been one of the popular choice as well here for the SPS Open Finals. Yes, when it comes to controlling the lane, Bruno can definitely be a little bit slow on the early games, but on the late game or even on the mid games, you will be able to push out. But the problem when it comes to Bruno, it pretty much have those 1v1 or individual fights that needs to be very careful on the Evil Singapore sides. If they want to actually have that 1v1 on their side, yes, it's going to be good. But then Pro Esport responded, says, you want to go 1v1? Maybe Brody will be the answer for it, with Gatot Kaca to control the CC on their self.
Oh, so is this a Matilda mid situation here for the side of Pro Esports, going for another frontliner since they don't have Eve or Aurora available? I thought they might go with Iritel to deal with some of the mobility that Evil has, but they went for Brody instead. We already talked about our issues a little bit of this hero. Maybe Pro Esports will show us something, but Evil finishes off their draft with the Cho. And I think this will be an interesting game too.
Yeah, it is. Compared to what the drafting that we saw from Evil Singapore, they all pretty much push on the gang fights, the team fights, the AoE that they want to actually require to control or even to pull in the team of Pro Esport into their own baseline or in their own area of fights. But going into the second drafting, Evil seems to be switching their gameplays into 1v1, more individualistic fights that they feel like they might be able to win on by themselves. I'm not sure if this is going to be a good case, but then again, with Cho be able to go in with the Waves of Dragon, maybe they can be able to shut down any movement coming in from the Spear of Alpha or even Matilda circling Eagle, so that could be an opening coming in from Evil Spot. That is if the execution is right on time.
Those are good points indeed, and you're correct about that one. Will the execution work out? Because even though Evil had honestly not a bad draft in game number 1, especially if they were able to catch multiple people, Pro Esports just seemed to play as the better team. So in game number 2, now that the draft isn't quite as oppressive coming in from the Pro Esports side, there's definitely ways that you can play around them. This will be a true demonstration of whether Evil is capable of dealing with the wildcardish aggression of the Cambodian team.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is really interesting. So far, in my point of view, that difference on the side of, or not even to say like a disparity between both of the teams drafting, I still think there is a potential of both can be in the same level. The question is how they want to actually start off the game itself. The early games are the crucial point of both teams. If they want to actually do that individual fights earlier on and Pro Esport gives that opportunity to Evil Singapore, maybe Evil Esport can have that fights in their favor and also getting the success of the resources, also buffing up and leveling up themselves. But on the side of Pro Esports, the question is, are they going to allow that? There could be a denial as well on the scene. And looking at the side of our technical pause sign as well, it shows that we're not going to be able to jump in to our second series straight away. So we're still going to be talking off. I'm really sorry again on behalf of the side of our live stream. I know the viewers are super excited. I'm also excited. Stava is also excited, but those technical pause can also come sometimes. It's out of our control. It's out of our management. So for now, we'll just wait it out for a while until we jump into the second round.
If any teams are having difficulties in terms of like maybe their devices or maybe their internet or anything's going on, we gotta make sure to wait it out until they are truly ready to perform, because all of us play MLBB, right? The last thing you want to do is end up losing a game because you lagged at an important moment. I think we can all understand that, so we'll give them a little bit of time to get that resolved. Oh, well, speaking of, looks like we don't have to wait too long after all. We're jumping straight in.
Let's go. This is the second round of our second series. Pro Esport Cambodia versus Evil Singapore. Started out on the mid lane. Ooh, a lot of aggression coming in. Powerful. Airborns comes through, but they still be able to survive it out. Sa and PP just looking for a way out. 2v3 situation. And 3v3. Make it a 4. As Soro, I'm Phyllis coming in. Ken takes down PP immediately, but sorry, I'm Phyllis. Try to actually connect the dot. Try to trade it out, but it's not going to be easy as Evil Singapore going all the way for aggression. Stuns out. Sorry, I'm Felix. Tuzu comes in. Also going to insert himself, but so much damage put out. That's a really good backup, and they had to pull away because of them wasting and losing, or even making them loss of time inside the territory of Pro Esports.
There's just something about Pro Esports and a lot of the Cambodian teams where even though a fight looks like it starts against them, they are somehow able to turn it around. Yes, they did end up losing PP, but being able to turn around and get a kill onto Ken is actually pretty solid for them to start things off. But Evil, I like the increased aggression. They definitely have more damage to play around with now compared to the previous game. They just gotta know when to call it quits.
Let's see if that could be the case here, as Turtle has already been spawned out. Attempts coming in for contest. Powerful is overlooking. He's looking for a way. He does picks out to PP, but he's not going to use just yet what he needs. But Glorious Path comes true. It's going to be Tuzu takes down the Turtle, but at the same time right here, they're pushing in, try to trade off those win. But Tuzu, unfortunately, able to back out. Even those Spears of Alpha will be denying the movement. Don't go too far off. You are a little bit too aggressive and you might cause something. But in the end, right this instant, we do see Ken going one-on-one to the side. Oh, sorry, I'm Felix. But it's not going to be doing any cases as all because the win has already been done. Pro Esport already got the Turtle and they're getting even more gain in the side of their fights right now.
While it may look like Evil didn't really get anything from that, the amount of time they bought actually allowed Marquis to go across the map to steal Tuzu's orange buff. So from what we just saw, Tuzu did the same thing in his jungle instead. Ooh, Sayla just barely escaping. Actually, Avatar the Guardian used as well, not able to get the kill.
Oh, wasn't able to get Sa immediately, but again, this is not going to be easy as Spear of Alpha pushing in Tuzu, trying to go out with Powerful as well, but they're waiting for the right time. Sayla gonna go back for the recall. They're gonna actually deny the obvious options of trying to take down Sayla immediately because of the opportunity that would give up. But so far right now, Team Pro Esport as well as Evil having only 3,000 on the lead, they're still in the same level.
Super Red is going to be a lane that we want to keep an eye on because Coconut should just outright beat him in damage. I don't really feel like Brody is in a good enough spot still in the meta to actually beat a Bruno at the early laning phase. But Super Red actually does have the EXP advantage right now. We'll be able to get another gold crab with the help of PP. Just finished his Blade of the Heptaseas too.
Oh, but they're pushing it straight to Sa. Sa barely making alive, but Vata Guardian comes through, and Glorious Path also pushing into PP. Oh, close call coming in from PP side to make sure Saab was able to back out easily. That was a good move coming in from Pro Esports.
Yeah, really nice reaction, especially from Sa being able to second Eagle out. Looks like Super Red won a 1v1 in the goal lane, and now Pro Esports wants the turtle.
They wanted the turtle, they go in for the turtle side, and they found straight Marky. Marky will be the first one to victim, but as well as Coconut being shut down. Ken having a difficulty, they had to be picked out and straight away be taken out by Tuzu, and now leaving only Sela as well as Powerful in the scene. It's gonna be tough for the side of Team Evil Singapore, as they were the one who tried to contest those turtles.
It is feeling like Evil's falling back to similar habits. While they're definitely playing more aggressive and more comfortable now that Pro Esports doesn't have heroes like Eve to just stop them from running into the other half of the map, the way that they are taking these fights and ganks feels a little disconnected. Like the players are not quite ready to follow up when someone makes the call.
Oh, and Tuzu immediately shuts down Ken. Even with the Glorious Path been picked up or even been used so that he can move away, it was still not in time. And now they'll be able to take the first turret at the top lane. And it seems like we do see Evil trying to find a way to make sure that Pro will be contained right on the mid.
Wait, I only just noticed this, but the players on Team Evil have switched positions. Marky is in the jungle. Coconut is in gold instead of roam. Powerful is roam instead of jungle. There has been a switch up here, maybe for hero picks, but is that really the best idea?
Not sure though, it's a little bit too far off, and contest coming in right now as they try to actually go in. It's going to be Tuzu giving all the Spear Alpha to the side of Powerful. Doesn't get the damage they needed though, but Glory Pass has been picked up again as a defense mechanism here for Evil though. Again, they did manage to actually get another turret right at the bottom. A lot of the map's coverage has been done by Pro Esport, and Team Evil still haven't found the answer, but here's Sela a little bit too close to Sobri. I'm Felix and managed to score away as quickly as possible, but here on out, they get the info. Powerful going in for the Waves of Dragon, picks him up. Avadar Guardian also comes in, but at the same time, Airballs come through. Tuzu takes down the turtle, and they manage to actually give some damage. Going in for the fight immediately, Tuzu takes out Marky with a Spear of Alpha, and at the moment right now, they're going in for a fight with Ken. Ken unfortunately survived it out, but unfortunately Super Red denies it immediately, getting double kill in the hands of Super Red.
I am really liking the way that Pro Esports is taking these fights, the way that they're juggling aggro from the side of Team Evil. That should have absolutely been at least one kill for Evil, but the way that they're using the battle spells, going in and out, Felix being able to flicker out, and PP follows up. And a catch 2, and then Super Red comes in. The Brody is 3-0. This is a hero we were counting out in the Bruno matchup, but Super Red showing us how it is done. And now 7.5 minutes in, Pro Esports is sitting on a 5k goal lead. This is what I feared, right? Game 2, Pro Esports may just end up doing the exact same thing all over again.
Turret number 2 will be picked up on the second layer, and Marky just couldn't do anything. And we do see at least Coconut try to actually extend into the top lane, and they will be able to cover at least a little bit. But then again, right here, Screams is looking to actually find a way here on the mid lane. Powerful tried to actually figure out who he will try to go in for the pick, but they're going to clear out the mid-lane coverage as well as they leave Marky on his own for his buff. But it seems that Pro Esport, they have another better idea. Sorry, I'm Felix, try to push into Marky, but they will deny it, giving a lot of pressure here with the point of Evil Singapore will not give that opportunity for Pro to come into the invasion. But as time goes by, they already spotted out Ken going in for a pick. Sayla also pushing in as well, but it's not going to be easy as they're not going to allow that extension prolonged to the side of Pro Esports.
Evil needs to be able to make a decision and just stick to it at this point. They're playing too slow, too reactive, too afraid of Pro Esports. And you cannot approach the Land of Dawn with fear in your hearts. You gotta just run at your opponents sometimes. But that's exactly what Pro Esports is doing. Look at how they're zoning out Evil.
They're zoning out Evil completely, and even so, with Powerful try to pick it up, doesn't manage to connect the thought, and they're gonna actually contest. Glorious Path has been put out right here. At the same time, Marky is already in the target. Avatar Guardian picked him up, but Flicker comes through, but Marky was taken out by Sorry I'm Felix, and Super Red takes down Coconut, immediately getting the lot in their hands, giving a lot of wins to race in the hands of Team Pro Esport. That's already a win, and the lot is punching in as well. Team Evil Esport haven't found the answer.
They really have not, and Pro Esports is just sitting on the answer sheet the entire time. The network lead, the kill lead, everything is in favor of the Cambodian team right now. Kill score 11-1 before even the 10-minute mark. The same bad habits rearing their ugly heads once again. Evil is just not proactive enough to deal with Pro Esports.
Not proactive at all. Even can keep on using that glory path is not for the opening of the team fight. It's only for a defense mechanism just to get away from Pro Esports. And this is where they're going to clear out the second last turret of the mid lane as the Lord marching in, looking for a way in. Powerful. Just looking for the right time. As we do see, PP comes through to the side of Marky. Doesn't get it, but it's okay. They're still surviving it out. Lord marching in does get to the side of Marky. This is where they're looking for a way. Powerful doesn't spot they're needed. Turret has already been popped. They're a little bit too scared to fight off, but this is a team fight they wanted. They go in for a fight. Sorry, I'm Felix pushing in. Sa takes out. Glory Path, unfortunately, is used again as the defense mechanism. Turret number 2 comes in, and Orbital Guardians completely shuts down Coconut, and Sailor also been taken out. 2 more plays to go to survive, but this is it. This is a wrapped up. But Marky has been spotted out by Sorry and Felix. Goes for the rapture, but doesn't manage to get the kill that is required. But then Marky denies immediately, and this is another win in the hands of Pro Esport, taking the second series.
Pro Esports establishing dominance over their foes here in game number 2, our second series of the day, and yet another clean sweep, this time by a team from Cambodia. I was a little bit afraid that this was going to happen. Team Evil, based on past performance, seems a little bit on the slower side. And while their gameplay has the right foundations, it's just not innovative enough to deal with a team like Pro Esports, and they made use of that fact to its fullest.
Really tough coming in from the side of Evil Esport. You talked about how they look very hesitant. They look very afraid to make the move. Powerful was taking so much time to go in for the Ways of Dragon. Previously, he did it. He tried to go in, but it was successful. He did manage to pick up Sa. He did manage to pick up Super Red earlier on, but then Sorry I'm Felix as well as PPP, who used those Avatar Guardians at the right timing, denying the pick of the Ways of Dragon from the side of Evil Singapore. And at the end of it all, it's still not enough because they try to shut it down. Those time where they spent so much to slow Pro Esport was still futile because Pro already covering the grounds they need.
Evil even tried pulling out some kind of secret weapon by completely shuffling their players around. Marky, supposed to be the gold lane, now playing jungle. Powerful is supposedly jungle in their own position, which meant that the rover Coconut ended up playing Bruno in the gold lane. Well, he was supposed to have a more beneficial lane against something like a Brody. Super Red seemed to be able to trump that with experience and with a little bit of assistance from his team. Pro Esports were able to take extended fights way more easily thanks to the durability of the Gatot Revitalize and the Matilda pick overall.
MVP wise, coming in from Tuzu, 7 kills, and Sorry I'm Felix as well as Super Red as the honorable mentions. Looking at how much damage that was put out by Sorry I'm Felix with 51,724, and Tuzu just in the right of time with that Spear of Alpha is what is required, and it is really goes down to how Pro Esport shows the right timing is the moment that is crucial when you make the decision. And Team Evil Singapore, those are the things that they're lacking of. Their lack of time, their lack of the initiation that was required. But Sailor did his best. He tried. He goes in for all the damage that it was required with that IMU, IAY, but it was still not enough. And even Marky tried to hold out with the Rupture, yet Team Pro Esport was already in the lead with all the heroes still survive.
And this time, MVP is gonna go over to Tuzu on the Alpha, a 708 KDA with 800 GPM and 88% kill participation. This is when an Alpha is truly able to show its fangs. It's a snowball hero, true and true. And unfortunately, Evil ended up staying a little bit too long in some of these team fights. And the longer a fight goes, the happier Alpha is, because that just gives him free space to continue dishing out true damage with Beta and just kicking the early to mid game.
And the fact that Tuzu, the mysterious guy here, was able to get away every single time for all those teams fights is what shows how Team Pro Esport give that space to them. And not only that, Evil Singapore also did not expect that. Most probably they were miscalculating the fights itself, and they were expecting that, okay, maybe if they waited out long enough, they might be able to push out again to the side of Team Pro Esport. Even in the part right here, as Sa was almost being tagged out and they try to pull him in, team up, like the moment the Avatar Garden was put out, that's when PPP was able to let Sa to move away with the circling of Eagles. And this is the second scrimmage that was put out. They go all the way to Ken. Ken could not do anything with the Glorious Path. It was just giving the opportunity for Pro Esport to shut them down.
I like that Evil was willing to be just a little bit more aggressive early on, but you can see that Pro Esports is a lot more comfortable and much more skilled micro-wise in just how many different situations that their players were able to game on a tiny bit of HP. And in a lot of these fights as well, you can see here in the highlights, the members of Team Evil just seem to be hovering very awkwardly, like very disconnected, not really knowing what they want to do in the team fight, even though like their teammates may be fighting and dying right in front of them. That kind of direction is a killer when you are on a stage like this, and a team like Pro Esports is not going to let that escape their notice.
Such a sad situation for Evil Singapore, but this is it. This is a wrap of our second series, and as we talked about, this is the second series of 1-1, meaning if either one of them loses this time, it is time to say goodbye. And Evil is one of the teams that we are going to say goodbye today, unfortunately. But Pro Esport, with 2-1 right now in their hands, they still be able to maintain their survivability into this SPS Open Finals. The question is, can they continue on? Because they're about to meet with the rest of the teams who also have 2-1 win-loss in their streaks as well. So they have to be careful. We've already have two of the teams who are now in the brackets of 2-1, whereby we got Team Vamos. We also have another team who also will be going down. There's a possibility either Team Liquid Academy or Team Liquid ID or Team Rebellion, because they were in the earlier stages of our stream just now, they were into 1-1 for the best of one of their own gameplay. So there's a possibility Pro Esport will meet them again into their own brackets. So it's gonna be another story to be unfold on day number 5. But for Evil Singapore, our second runner-up for the side of Evil Singapore, unfortunately this is the end for them. But for our side, our segment is not done, because we have an interview from our winner in this series. It is from Pro Esport. Let's welcome our player. Hello, Super Red. How are you?
I'm good. Hello.
Hello, congratulations on your win. Oh, you're so shy. Don't be shy. You guys did amazing for the second series of the day. So I'm going to go ahead for my first question. How do you actually execute so properly on the first round when you saw so much of the mistake was done by Team Evil Singapore?
Actually, I don't know, but we just managed to punish their mistakes. That's why we win.
I see. Stuff.
Or like, did you guys just go in and say like, oh, we can win this?
I think that we are having. Oh, I think we just had some disconnection with Safa. Can you repeat your question
I
again?
think I'm back. Okay,
You're back.
apologies for that.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. I want to ask, did you guys have to do a lot of preparation for dealing with Team Evil? Did you guys think that they would be a hard team, or did you just go in and think like, oh, this will be easy?
Actually, we did good preparation against them. That's why our performance was good.
I see. All right, one more question for me before I hand it off to Stafar again. When you had your day number one, you met up with Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So that's the reason why you are thrown into the 0-1 bracket. But here's an interesting fact for you. Fnatic Onyx just lost to RRQ Hoshi. So that actually put you into a bracket that might meet with them. Are you guys ready to meet Fnatic Onyx again for that next series?
Yeah, we will try to bounce back against them.
I see. Any words from Stafa? You want to ask anything else?
Nothing. I just want to shout.
Yes, Stafa?
I like, we on the caster there, I think a lot of the viewers as well are kind of wondering, why is it that we're starting to see more Brody again? Like,
Oh,
like,
yes.
He did his buff is a patch. Like, why Brody?
Actually, the Brody pick there was fit in their lineup. That's why our my coach and our my teammate asked if I can play Brody there, and I said just G because the Brody there is fit against the against the lineup of Evil ST.
I see. All right. Okay. I guess the last chance for you to say before we wrap up the interview, any shout outs to your fans and your hopes for your next series that is coming up, day 5.
Shout out to all the fans of Pro Esports, and shout out to our bosses of Pro Vida. Shout out to Boss John and Boss Mike. Thank you for supporting us. And shout out to my family watching in Philippines.
Oh, all right. Congratulations again for your win today. Hopefully, you will continue the streaks to 2-1 to 3-1 into the next series. See you again. Bye bye, Sabaret.
Thank you.
Bye.
Wow, okay. So they talked about how they are much more comfortable and they thought that the lineup of the Brody was actually suitable into this next round or the second round itself. And it actually shows the result itself here. And you saw how Super Red was able to take down that performance and they were able to actually have a really good team fight, taking off the fight. I mean, even at the first run, yes, maybe Bruno was having a lot of good structure to able to give a lot of pressure or even damage on the earlier game. But then those are the things that we saw where Evil was making kind of a lot of mistakes and it was punished by the team of Pro Esports Cambodia themselves.
There were a lot of really good decisions being made here by Pro Esports, and I think a lot of what Super Dead mentioned made sense. It's nice to see that with a new patch, we do see a little bit of meta development as well. Heroes like Brody, which previously didn't get a lot of attention.
Okay, I think that I'm losing Sdava. Sdava, are you there? Sdava? Oh, he's stuck. I'm glad that he's stuck right at the right time though, because he's stuck in a very good position. Not to worry, Sdava. We're gonna see you right after the break because we're gonna have the last series of the day. It is gonna be JP Niners versus the team of Valhalla. Will Malaysia be triumph or will Valhalla Cambodia rise to the champs? We'll see you guys after the short breaks for the last series.
Take it back. You never had a chance. I'm gonna try and make it one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. When you get in the way, all the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me And if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind.
Welcome back to the SPS Open Finals Day number 4. You're with me, Fasha Bunny, for the last series of the day. It's gonna be Valhalla Cambodia versus the team of JP Niners Malaysia. Oh, what happened? Where's Tava? Unfortunately, we couldn't find Stava. He's missing. I think that there's a possibility that Brody took him away from me. So we're hoping that he will come back and join me for the last series of the day. But for now, it's gonna be me to cover the things for the last series of the day. If you guys missed out what happened throughout the whole entire day number 4, started out with the first series where we have the biggest names to be fought off with each other. The 2-0 bracket between Fnatic Onyx Philippine versus a team of RQ Hiroshi. But on the other side, we got the second series was done by the team of Pro Esport Cambodia versus the team of Evil Singapore. So we're gonna say goodbye to them already. But for now, we're gonna go straight away into the drafting phase of our last series, round number 1. It's gonna be Valhalla versus the team of JP Niners. Now, Valhalla will get the first pick, and because the fact that they had to be pushed with the fact that most of our Holy Trinity BAMs already been done. Jushin, Chip, Fanny is out, Eves as well as Hilda and Smolkos is also out. So Valhalla as the first pick definitely have to choose to use Suyo or not, and they definitely pick him up. But as a response to the side of Valhalla, JP Niners decided to pick up Cho. Really good idea. I mean, with the Waves of Dragon, no matter how it is, you'll be able to do some damage. You can be able to do some of the disturbance to the side of Suyo. So there's a definitely good decision making. Not only that, with the combo of Angela as well, this could be a good potential coming in from JP Niners. But then Valhalla responded with having Matilda as well as Phobius. Now, not only you have so much of a really good damage as well as mobility wise, now Valhalla responded to JP Niners that they can actually control any team fights or even individual fight in their own hands. But JP Niners, they will respond with joy in their hands. Now, looking on the side of the ban, since JP Niners banned out Vexana, this is where they want to make sure they want to control that AoE. They want to have more at least engagement on the individual fights, or even having joy in the front side or even at the back line to give so much pressure so that they can have that damage burst on their side, as well as taking out Valentina as well. This is a good composition coming on for JP Niners. But then Valhalla also denying of Hylos as well as Gatot Kacha. This is where JP Niners, they're gonna be out a little bit on the pool for their own EXP. But then again, they are picking up Harris, so really good decision making coming for JP Niners. But now it's left to Valhalla. How are they gonna actually try to contest it out here on out for the last two heroes? I know that I feel like I can hear sound of Sadafa somewhere. I think Sadafa will probably say like, Valhalla so far right now, I do like their choices in the make, but oh wow, we talked about this coming into the patch notes. Brody is one of the heroes that has already been buffed, and somehow previously on day number 3 during the first series of the patch notes itself, not many zeros or not many players is able to play Brody's at its true form. But as we saw pro esports shows, Super Red was able to get an MVP and able to take down so much of a potential of Evil Singapore into that second series. Can Valhalla do the same? Picking up Brody here as well as Aurora, and now JP Niners is left with one more heroes, and they picked up Alet for the final slash. I mean, looking on the side of JP Niners, right, I do feel that they have a potential. They might be able to do a little bit of the picking, a little bit of those slow down tempo coming in from the side of Valhalla. But then again, this is going to be tricky though, because on the side of Valhalla, there's so much damage to be put out. I mean, even Brody's side is going to be taking a little bit of time. Yes, it will take a little bit of time for them to have a control on those Brody. But then again, maybe in the mid game, this is where the fine line of we can see that Valhalla be able to trample. I mean, talking about Brody, right? Torn apart memory, the last ulti that can give so much pressure, dealing 300 of physical damage to an enemy, could potentially be able to boost out so much of Team Valhalla on those team fights, and hopefully that could be the case. On my side right now, I don't know. Maybe we can actually try to see what's gonna be like. For me, I do love JP Niners because I'm pretty much from Malaysian. But in the drafting wise, I think I will be much more in the favor of Valhalla Cambodia. So let's see if JP Niners will be able to perform well into this last series, round number 1. This is it, guys. JP Niners Malaysia versus a team of Valhalla Cambodia. I'm still hoping that Stafa will be able to join me and be able to have a moment in time to catch up with me though. That Stafa, are you there? I think Stafa is there though. Stafa, yay, you're back! Where did you go? What happened? Did Brody took you over? I think I'm losing you a little bit. I hope so too, man. I really hope so too. But you're back. So you saw the drafting wise. What are your thoughts on this? Oh my god.
My internet completely died. Well, from here, JP Niners actually have a pretty interesting lineup, but it is very difficult to execute because they're basically operating off of sturdy frontline tank anyway. And you're dealing with a team like Valhalla, a lot of mobility, aim damage, and control with a Matilda, Suyo, and a Brody. Niners are traditionally a bit more
that's
a
very
mid
true.
to
And the
late
fact that
lineup.
now we are seeing
Valhalla,
so much
similar
aggression
esports,
to
likes
be
to play
put
a
out
little
already
bit
by
more
Valhalla.
early, but
They're
it's
already taking the first turtle as well, because those are the fine lines. They were trying to go in for the scream at the mid lane, and they push out every single attempt of JP Niners, and they were almost down by 1 HP on their lifeline, and that is the reason why they ended up had to go away and give that leeway to Team Valhalla. I can still hear Stafa though on the side, but I think that there's a possibility that here inside the game, I lost him again. Again, I think that Brody took him away. Stafa, please come back. Brody, give me back my caster partner. But anyway, on the side of right now, so far, JP Nanas did manage to neutralize just a little bit of those aggression or even the disturbance that was done by Team Valhalla. But for a while, it's not gonna be risky. But here on out, Rasi a little bit overextension, trying to go in for the ways of Dragon. But then again, at what cost? He ended up sacrificing himself. But at the same time, right here, they're gonna go in for the implosion as Yetri able to take down one player. But then again, all the extension, all the resources that was already been utilized ended up trading 2 life for just 1 player. Double kill coming in from Panha himself, and this is already a big win from the team of Valhalla. I mean, talking about how it was so late on the side of Razi to try to go in for the Wizard Dragon. He overextended. He didn't manage to pick up the right time, and he was still in the turret of the enemy. That's the reason why JP Niners is in a nick. By Zion Force being used, slow things down for the side of Mod 100. Farhat managed to pull away, but at the same time, right here, pushing the side of Secret and Yetri be able to neutralize the situation here for Team Valhalla. Risky move, but then again, at least for now, JP Niners have a time to breathe. I'm still holding on to wonder or not Staffa will still be here. Is Staffa still there? I hope Staffa will still be joining me for this round number 1. I can't hear his voice just yet, but hopefully he will say hello in the midst time. Now, second turtle has already been spawned out, and they're gonna try to contest it. It seems that Zach Cutie overlooking Razi, try to find a backline that he can actually pull out. It's gonna be Val is the one that he's gonna go in for the sick. But at the same time, Ari pushing it straight to Ari at the moment right now. The tree try to go in for a fight, but it's not gonna be easy. As here right now, Val high in the bush right now, try to go in for a fight, but it's gonna be Zach Cutie to get the kill, and Panha trying to push away Zach Cutie for the trade-off. And it's a great fight coming in from JP Niners, but it's still not going to be enough with 400 of those goals still in the hands of Valhalla to lead, and the turtle still open to be taken out. Valhalla looking better than ever, even though they've taken out one after another. So let's see. Here on out, we do see Razi just gonna try to back things up. Max, a little bit of the overextension into the turtle wise, looking for a way to mess things up for Valhalla. But at the same time, Valhalla gonna let Panha get away with the second turtle. So Team JP Niners, unfortunately, despite the fact that they want to contest it out, it's still in the favor of Valhalla for this round number 1. Second turtle is already in, making more of disparity in their level between Valhalla as well as JP Niners. But Staffa, are you there? Are you back? Staffa, I know you're there. Yoo-hoo. I feel like Staffa is about to join us again. I think that he finally was already been released from the grabs of Land of Dawn. But then again, I still can't hear his voice though. So I hope that he will say anything right now. I'm not sure. Staffa, are you there? Yeah, I'm not getting any signals. Staffa, where are you? But anyway, we're coming back into the game itself as we see Max a little bit too low on the extension, but at the same time right here, Yetri comes in, going to push into Pana. That's a good trade-off coming in from the side of JP Niners, but at the same time, at what cost? We already see that the mid lane is already pushing in, right? Straight away, Razi doesn't spot the one, but he goes in for the Waves of Dragon. Yetri pushing in, but Ari managed to take down Lolia first and takes down Razi in the midst. And triple kill, but Yetri managed to take down Mob 100. That's a move coming in from the side of Team Ray as well as Valhalla pushing into the team of JP Niners. I can hear the sound of Staffa though, but it's not clear. Let's hope for the best that his internet will not jeopardize him and sabotage him even more longer, because I need my partner here. I need him to accompany me into this JP Niners versus Valhalla fight. And as we see right now, even though there's a little back and forth coming in between the team of Valhalla versus JP Niners, but here, Lolia pushing it. It's going to be 2v1 situation. Panha right in the midst of it. I like the fact that JP Niners, they know that they need to disrupt every movement coming in from Panha, and that is the crucial point of them, to deny any movement and the resources. But at the same time, JP Niners, they're going to try to go in for the scrimmage right at the mid lane, and it's going to give the opening here for Max to get the turtle. But Secret and Ari gets the info, and now they're going to try to contest it out. Can they steal it away? But Max managed to get the turtle before it was stolen. But at what cost here? Yetri try to survive it out, and Max try to survive at the moment right now. They had to move away, and Razi also managed to actually score away, and year 3 also barely coming out alive from that scrimmage, but it's already a win from the side of JB9ers. At least they managed to tie up the resources, the currency in both of the level between Valhalla as well as JP9ers. Dafa, are you there? Are you there? Yay! You're finally here!
Oh my goodness, I have been through something. But not nearly as much as these players, I am sure.
Oh, I mean, it's crazy where we see Valhalla and JP9ers neck and neck at the moment right now with their own currency, also with the gameplay. I mean, what are your thoughts on this, Tafa?
Looking at the current situation, we can see that the gold state is about even. The kills are about even as well. We did already mention earlier on that JP9ers, their lineup is a little bit more difficult to execute overall, so you can see that they are having a bit of difficulty in that regard. And while they do have some presence in terms of late game scaling with Harif and Joy, I actually think Valhalla just overall have more utility once you get into that stage of the game. So that's what I'm a little bit worried about as the game prolongs. Like, Niners, they're not really in a state to properly fight just yet, but the longer they wait, the more comfortable Valhalla is also going to get.
Agree, definitely. And looking on Panha as well as Max, right? We got the two junglers already neck and neck with the same level. But the attempts coming in from Loliao to make sure that Panha will not be able to get the resources or even cutting him out from his movement. Those are the crucial ideas that is coming in from JP Nanas. And I like that. It's risky, but at least it helped them out just a little bit. But here on out, lot has already been spawned. Let's see what can be done.
Yeah, having a good positioning is going to be important here. Unfortunately, because of the fact that they are setting up the ant with a little bit Rasi and yeah, Tree, you're able to find those solid setups in order to get things started. However, having Zac QT on this does mean that JP9ers is able to play a little bit more for macro, having the Angela split push on the opposite side of the map, since they know that he can rejoin a big team fight with the Heart Guard whenever it is necessary. Positioning though, they gotta keep an eye on hide on push. This Aurora could completely stifle a rush.
But here on out, Hailstorms comes through. Razy doesn't get the Waves of Dragon, but he did pull out. He managed to take down Panha immediately with the help of Lolia. But at the same time, right here, Val managed to steal away the Lord. No, Valhalla kills it all. Even though they win those fights, they ended up giving the opportunity of the Lord in the hands of Valhalla. But here on out, it doesn't even matter. The win fight still goes out to JP9ers. They managed to clear out 4 of the players of Team Valhalla, and Hide on Bush was only managed to maintain at least the wave that coming into the favor of JP9ers.
Yeah, being able to take that fight is going to be a lot more valuable for the Niners than getting the Lord, because it is only the first one of the game, so it's not too much of an issue. We can see Lolil on his own already being able to clear up most of it. If they were able to get it with the team fight win as well, probably would have been able to get 1 or 2 of these tier 2s, but that is absolutely fine. Really nice identification of opportunity there, especially from Yetri. Once the fight was already going and Valhalla was in position to try and go for the front to back, he flickered into the back line, got the final slash, pushed them all together, and that is exactly the setup that the JP9ers lineup want to play for, because they're very, very burst-based. They really don't have a lot of consistent damage compared to Valhalla. So if they're able to group up the entirety of the enemy team at once, that is going to be their win condition.
That is a great note to be thinking about here. Coming into the 12 minutes of the game, JP9ers, this is where the fine line, finally, they might be able to do a good team fight with Valhalla, because this is their peak point. They'll be able to buff out, they'll be able to get the resources they needed, the itemization that we put out. But the question is, they need to be wary of who they wanted to pick out, because we do see Razi be able to pick up Panha immediately with the Waves of Dragon, and it gives a good opening for team from JP9ers to shut down the attempt of Valhalla. But here on out, right at the top, can see as the RA as well as Panha sticking together. as we have Max will be covered as well by ZQD. They're not gonna allow it, as Lord is gonna be spawning at 49 seconds on the clock. It's crucial to see how they're gonna actually try to go in for team fights, or they will try to go in for contestation.
Overall, Valhalla does have the more typical front to back lineup. So on paper, their composition is a little bit easier to play overall. Like we mentioned, Niners kind of have a pretty hard lineup to play because of how they have the position. And a lot of their heroes are pretty high mechanic wise without having a lot of bulk to act as a safety net if something goes wrong. Because of this, Valhalla just need to take fights actually a little bit more slowly. They have more poke. I think they have more resources overall in terms of HP, especially if they can bait out a big ultimates from the JP9ers and make a timing where they don't have all of their damage available. That is probably going to be an opening that they can use to get themselves a desperately needed advantage.
And that's going to be a case here to see if they can actually do so. We do see right now Ari as well as Hyde on the bush is overlooking to the Lord. They're already contesting it out. They're going to see whether they want to actually go in for the contest. Loliel doing some damage as much as going in for the half line, but then they saw Panha spotted out a really good discipline coming in, and Razi is already trying to go in for the Waves of Dragon. If he can pick up Panha just like they did before, it might be a good success coming in from JP Niners. But then again, here on out, Loliel looking for an opportunity. I think Max is going to go in for the push on the last of the hits, but Zaman Force comes in. It doesn't hit anyone, but Panha managed to steal away the Lord in the hands of Valhalla, and they're going in for the push. Baha didn't manage to go in, and at this moment right now, Kusha going in for the Hailstorm, but at the same time, doesn't get anyone in the process. Razi is the only one as the only casualty coming in, but Yetri managed to move away as quickly as possible with the flicker, but it doesn't allow anything by Mob 100 to take him down, and leaving only 3 players left to survive it out here by the team of JP Niners.
That's the momentum that Valhalla has been looking for. Max comes in from behind though.
Whoa, Zaman Force come through, managed to connect the dot and slow down the 3 players, but did manage to take down 2 players before Loliel gets that double kill. Now Max, having a really good casualty on the side, takes down Mob 100 as well as Secret, but this is it. This is the enhanced lot. Is it gonna be enough though, as JP Niners did manage to make a little bit of neutralization in their process? It's still not gonna be easy. Lifeline still depleting at the moment right now.
JP9ers just need to hit too many conditions. They need too many things to go right for this lineup to be able to win out, especially in these later game 5v5s. Again, as long as Valhalla keeps calm and they keep a proper view of the situation, they should win almost every single fight. And that's exactly what happened during the Lord. Niners actually got a pretty good setup with the initial kick from Rasi, but they weren't really ready. I think Max actually needed a few more seconds to have his skill 2 back off of cooldown, and because of that, he couldn't actually go in on the Zaman Force or the setup from Rasi and Yatri, and that created this really, really awkward timing for the JP9ers. Whereas Valhalla, they will basically have damage available all the time with heroes like Suyo and Brody around. JP9ers have a really, really difficult challenge ahead of them. I'm not a big fan of the limitations of this draft.
Let's see. The waves are coming in. They're already clearing out mid. They're already clearing out the bottom as well. And somehow, Team JP Niners, they know time is ticking and crucial. And we do see that at least right at the top, there is a wave that will be trying to clear out at the top lane for the side of Valhalla. And maybe that could be a requirement or maybe a status that needed to the side of JP Niners to finish it off. But here on out, they spotted out ZQD. ZQD is right in the open. Mob Hunter takes down ZQD immediately. And there's going to be a fight to the turn. Max, unfortunately, was taken out. And in the process, Razi tried to go in for the Waves of Dragon, but doesn't manage to pull anyone. He was a little bit of overextension in the end. Right here, scattered all over around the map to survive and to deny Valhalla to punish for their mistake.
I think at this point, the Niners have to just kind of admit they are not going to be winning 5v5 all. I think you have to start sacrificing bodies things at the wall. Maybe go for macro play because Valhalla, they're just too strong as right now.
Too strong. Even try to go in for the pull right here. Razi trying to find a way, but Moradin takes down the lot. And here on out, Razi a little bit too close, and he will be taken out immediately. Zababon been put out, but it's not going to catch anyone as Team Valhalla managed to score away. Now Are right in the midst right here. Lode trying to go in for the fight. It's going to be a slain here, but Pana on the side right here meeting up with Max. Can they actually pull through? No, they're going to actually try to survive it. No, Panha managed to score away with Secret and Team JP, but they're not allowing it. They're going to go in for a push and managed to take down Secret as well. Now the Lord is marching in, but it doesn't mean anything as JP Minus managed to actually take down the 4 players. But Panha all alone will be clear out, and he's going to actually have the mortality, but it's not going to do anything as they will be able to shut him down for good. And with just 1 minute in their hands, Team JP Niners pulls this win in their own way.
I cannot get over the irony of the fact literally just said that the Niners will probably not win any team fights and need to try to do something different to turn the game around. And then the next moment, they go for a team fight and come out on top. But a lot of it came down to the angles that they took. You can't take a direct front to back against Valhalla. Their comp is not built for that. You gotta split them apart. You gotta come from every single direction. And that is exactly what we saw, especially Max with that Heart Guard was doing so much AoE damage. Once they cleared out most of the members, just continued pushing in with the wave, making sure to keep the wins alive so that they could take down that crystal and game number 1.
It's crazy. I mean, talking about how Loliel managed to actually get the opening, takes down one of the players of Valhalla, and that's when they keep on pushing, and that's the discipline that you need. You don't want to back down once you find an opening, and this is what we saw from the previous days as well, where if you let any slip come through, this is where Team JP Niners will shine the most. And Team Valhalla, if they actually go in for the fight, and Panha didn't actually back up, even the fact that we saw how it could have been potential on their side, but this is where Razi was able to actually extend himself, goes for the Ways of Dragon, even to a fact that Are was trying to survive it out, but Lolia go in for those Zaman Force, and to a point that slows down Secret as well as Mob 100. Those are the keys that gave the success in the hands of JP Niners on round number 1.
Despite the chaos of it, it was actually a pretty quick game overall, only about 11 minutes, and the net worth difference only 1k at the very end. Not to mention the tower score difference between the two teams is very, very impressive, where JP Niners only actually taking 1 external tower total to push in on that single lane. I think Valhalla ended up being a little bit greedy with the way that they were approaching this, because they do have a much easier and much more standard lineup to play around. But JP Niners have a very obvious weakness, and that the main sources of DPS, Loliel and Max, are both magic damage dealers. And yet, we don't really see Athena Shield or Radiant Armor on the Valhalla side. Literally only RA on the Phobius had that item. Everyone else was just expecting to be able to come out on top in damage instead.
And the fact that we keep on seeing that team from Valhalla, they could have actually had that opportunity on their side. They could have actually have this game to be in their winning streak, instead ended up in the favor of JP Niners because of those minor issues. And Loliel getting the MVP with 8 kills, he deserving whiles because 60,150 with the help of Max, definitely. I mean, JP Niners, they know what needs to be done. They know that during the early stages, it's not going to be easy for them to fight it off with Valhalla. So once they move into the mid games, those are the crucial moments. And not only that, not just the timing that was perfect for them, is the fact that they know when to strike, where is the angle they want to actually pull Valhalla into. Those are the reason that they won here for round number 1. But on the side of Team Valhalla, I mean, they did their best on the earlier stages before they even lose this round 1.
Yeah. JP Niners, even in MPLMY, have always been a team that is surprisingly good at bringing games back in the late game from the brink, though we didn't even really get to the late game stage here. Loliel, he's gonna be the MVP MVP of game number one. This Harith 824 KDA. GPM not the highest, but he's there when you need him to do the damage.
He's definitely there to do the damage. I mean, this is the overextension that we saw on Razi, but then again, it helped it out. That's the one where we managed to see that Team JP9ers, despite the fact that they tried to go in for those team fights and it was not in the favor because it was earlier. We have so much of damage been put out by Valhalla. This is where the crucial point of JP9ers looking a little bit more down. Creeping onto the players of Valhalla was not in their favor. Even with this contest of the fight of Lords, it's still not in their favor as well, because the fact is it was still away by high on the boost just in the nick of time, but yet they traded off for those team fights.
Based on what we've seen in FPS so far as well, Valhalla as a team does have this habit of being very, very scrappy with their team fights. One of their specialties is the fact that even though the enemy may initiate on them, they have this uncanny ability to prolong fights and then somehow turn it back in their favor. However, in this particular game, there's a lot that they do have to worry about. Max, especially on this Joy, if you're not able to stop him, really just runs you down, despite you having heroes like Matilda that would ordinarily be able to save you from a lot of these sticky situations. So, although Valhalla has been able to get some pretty impressive snowball victories in past matches, just off of catching the opponent off guard, I think they got the tables turned a little bit on them here, because JP9ers, if you don't completely cut them off from their path to victory, they will somehow find their way back.
And that's are the things that is very crucial when it comes to decision making here into the game number 2, because we're not done yet. This is the last series and we still have the best of 2 to see whether or not JP9ers can continue the success rate, or will Valhalla be able to bring this match into the best of 1. We have a short break. Get your snacks, get your toilet breaks ready, but be here right on time for our second round of last series.
Here we go!
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You
let's get wave, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's time for action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it.
Welcome back to the SPS Open Finals, day number 4, the last series of the day's Valhalla versus the team of JP Niners. Cambodia versus Malaysia. So far, JP Niners, out of the miracle work, out of the great timing as well as choice decision making they've done onto that late game that made them into getting that first win. Will it continue on into the second round? You're with me, Fasha Bani, as well as Stava in the house. Yay!
I'm back. Apologies to everyone watching for the inconvenience earlier. My internet just decided it was time to take a break. But you know who's not taking a break? These players, because we all know what is on the line. If the JP Niners are able to take another game here, it will mean the elimination of Valhalla from the SPS. And that is not a fate that they want to deal with, especially after all they've achieved here. So let's see what happens in the draft for the second game.
Agree, definitely. So far right now, we see the band-wise coming in from JP Niners. Phovius, Fanny, and Angela is out. Despite they were the one who actually had the Angela, I think there's a possibility they want to actually go in with another gameplay or another strategy here. But Valhalla, they decided to actually have the two Holy Trinity to be banned out, Suyo as well as Chip. The question is, are they going to actually ban out Jushin as well, or are they going to leave Jushin out and actually give that trap into JP Niners? Nope, it's instead they said nah, no Holy Trinity for the rest of the game itself, so out with Jushin as well.
Yeah, Zusin can be pretty scary in the right hands here, and the Niners were already able to do a pretty good job when they just had heroes like Arlet and Cho. So giving away the Lantern Flare to them will make things a lot more difficult, especially since Valhalla would ideally want to create a bit more of an advantage for themselves right from the get-go. But look like Niners starting things off a little bit different by opening with the Khalid.
Okay, interesting. The question is, where do they want to actually put this Khalid? He can be a roamer, even though right now we know that Khalid is a little bit been nerfed, but he has the potential to actually give a lot of disturbance. So that's actually a good a question whether or not how JP Niners want to play it out for this round. Matilda as the answer coming in from Valhalla is also a really good composition. I mean, they prioritize mobility wise. You know, when you have Matilda on the side, even though yes, it was a little bit of risky or even a sad situation on them on that round number 1, there was a lot of minimal mistakes that was done. That was why they were having a little bit struggle. But with Matilda as a combo, this could really be a good help for Valhalla as well for this round number 2.
Matilda is definitely a comfort hero for the side of Valhalla and is getting a lot more attention now because of the heavy focus on the meta towards the early phases of the game. If paired with a hero like Hilda, I do wonder if Khalid will be sufficient. And then we also get to see our first Hayabusa of the day here. Max is quite comfortable on the hero, but when you have so much healing and durability in heroes like Hilda nowadays, I really don't know if he's gonna be able to chain kills easily.
Oh, that's true, because when it comes to mobility wise, yes, Hayabusa has that. You can definitely go in and out of team fight as you need it. But with the help of Valentina, I think that could be a good potential coming in from JP Niners. I mean, you have a roamer, yes, you have something to disrupt any movement coming in from Valhalla, even with the risk of meeting off with Hilda. But you got a baseline damage as well here by the side of JP Niners. That could be interesting. But Valhalla responded even more better with having Harith on their side.
Okay, so they take the Harif away and abandon a ton. If they want to continue down that path, then getting rid of Lunox would be a good idea as well, since that is usually going to be the counter in lane. But then you'll also have to worry about things like the Irritel. And besides that, the Gatot Kacha is actually still open and is commonly used to counter Harif, because once you see the Zaman Force drop down, you just plop the Avatar of the Guardian on top of it and you can no longer use his Zaman Force to actually do damage. So those are all things that Valhalla has to consider with their final ban.
Interesting. Valhalla, they still have the one and only XP that has to be covered up, and I like the fact that how they know how to counter it out really wisely. JP9ers picking off Vexana immediately, just making sure that they will be able to hold off any of AoE that is necessary. But Bruno also been banned out by Valhalla. It's very interesting, and Alpha also been banned out, giving at least less of the pool wise of heroes here for the jungler of Valhalla.
If they're banning out Vexana and Alpha, it does feel like the Niners might be considering the Gatot or the Hylos, since, as you mentioned, this Khalid can still be flexed. Valhalla, though, will have first pick. Let's see what they'll go for. They're still going to be looking for their mid lane and jungle.
Yeah, that's true. So it's either they pick the Hylos or it's gonna actually give that opportunity to JP9ers to pick it up. So either one, it could be a good case for them. So Hylos or Gatot Kacha in the hands of, but no, they picked up the Faramis instead. So JP9ers, the question is, are you gonna actually pick up Gatot Kacha now, or are you gonna actually have Hylos on your hands? And I think we're actually losing Staffa. Are you there? Are you still there, Staffa? Oh no, I think it's actually a little bit stuck. Okay, you're there. You're there. Yay!
Right,
you're back. Oh wow, they picked up Cho instead. They picked up Cho and Lunox for JP9ers, Staffa.
What the?
What? Freya? Freya in the mix? I think, oh wow, I think this is our first debut of Freya in SPS. I haven't seen Freya being used in SPS even this for the past 4 days. So we got Freya and Faramis into Valhalla. Okay, Staffa, please give me your thoughts on this drafting.
Okay, firstly, before I started glitching out earlier, I was questioning the Faramis, because picking that into a Valentina is something teams always try to avoid doing, because that Netherrealm is gonna get stolen every single time, and then it just doesn't really matter as much anymore. But the Freya is very, very strange, because compared to other fighters, yeah, she can actually put up a solid damage, but she's quite easy to kite. She can be quite easily CC'd, though I guess in this case there's not actually that much crowd control on the Niners, so it could work, but I'm just very curious to see what happens.
I'm curious to see what happens too. This is it, guys. Second round of our last series. JP9ers Malaysia versus the team of Valhalla. Now, this crucial on the early game itself. We are going to see that definitely Razi will be a disturbance. He's gonna be a nuisance here to catch it off. But RA can be seen here to make sure that he can guard up Hanha easily. So that's not gonna be an easy way out for JP9ers. But then again, they look like they are hungry for blood at the mid lane, but it's not gonna be anything. As Zakuri, we do see Razi try to push away. High in the bushes also getting some damage here. Not gonna be enough though, but they pull away just in the nick of time, and still it's just a short-term fight between them.
Yeah. So I don't see too much happening early to force it. It is most likely going to be Valhalla, because if they're able to get started with a bit of pressure, Hilda, then it would be a very good thing for them. I also think that Yetri is going to have some difficulty in this game, because there are 3 Purifies on the side of Valhalla. So being able to get that CC in is going to be very, very difficult. And they don't really have any other way of forcing it out initially either.
Lock-on is not going to be easy for year 3 at this rate, and we do see they're going to actually try to pin out Panha. Doesn't get the connection that is needed, even with JP9ers try to pull in. But here on out, seems that we do see the potential of the contestant coming in, and Turtle has already been spawned out. Let's wait out. Let's see if there will be a fight.
Early on, I do still think that Valhalla has a slight advantage, but if both teams have that NetherRealm to play with, and if Max can come in at the right timing, it could actually be pretty even. Either way, this turtle will determine who has that early game prio.
And coming in straight away, it's going to be a two. Try to go in for the Waves of Dragon. Doesn't pull in, but Panha did manage to get the turtle. And at the time being, it's going to be Razi to pull away before becoming a casualty. Not gonna be able to do anything. It's just gonna give a potential to Valhalla to stake the tag, but resources currency-wise still in the hands of JP9ers. And Max try to go in for the shadow kill, doesn't manage to connect the dodger set. Just try to slow in to the side of Mob 100, but they are doing their best to just hold down the fight for now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was an executive decision being made by Max. He also understands that Niners are not in a state where they can actually fight Valhalla this early on into the game, so there's no point trying to contest the turtle anyway. Rasi was just there to see if maybe he could get a cheeky steal in if Panha got the wrong retreat timing. Instead, Max went to steal the purple buff instead to try and out-farm Panha a little bit. Let's see if that continues succeeding, because Valhalla being very aggro now.
They're being very aggro, and we do see Razi try to actually disrupt the movement of Panha. So far, it's a really good trade-off between the two teams, Valhalla and JP9ers. Currency-wise, still in the lead for JP9ers, but it's not really a big disparity. Year 3, try to push into array. Not gonna be anything. Just gonna allow the time to just move slowly and surely. But we do see Max coming in for the invasion, and we do see it's gonna give a leeway for the side of Max to get what he needs, and that's a good move coming in from year 3. Just let the focus come in his way and not allow Array to just shut down any movement coming from Max.
Yeah, I think compared to the previous game, JP9ers have a clear idea of when their power spike is going to be this game, and that is the late game phase, especially if Max can get some kills under his belt. Looks like they're not quite able to pick up height on Bush here, but Skypiercer is just completed on the Haya.
They just try to go in for the Waves of Dragon to the side of Secret, but doesn't manage to connect the thought. And even so, right here, Turtle is going to go in for the contest already. Valhalla already got the first one. Let's see if JP9ers will do that. But at the same time, right here, Year 3 is already contesting in the side, and they managed to steal away Max with a shadow kill. Great job coming in, and not only that, we do see a push coming in from the bottom as well. That's a really good market decision making. But at the same time, Arya takes down Razi immediately. A trade-off that was needed to the side, but at the same time, you're overlooking to Max. Max, move away as quickly as possible before becoming a casualty, but the win is at both sides at the moment right now. Valhalla trades 2 kills, but at the same time, JP9ers gets the turtle and gets the push they want.
Yeah, I think it's actually a fairly even trade, because Valhalla traded kills for the turtle, and both teams did end up getting a tier 1, but now
they're going in for the push straight away. Panha getting a lot of damage. They shut them down just a little bit. Loliel takes down Secret immediately. Panha under mix airborne immediately. Hide and the bushes did manage to trade off Loliel, but Razi shuts down Panha immediately and leaving Amy Max to shut down Hide on Bush. But at the same time, he gets RA. Zaman Force been put down only for him to defense. Double kill from the Max, and Razi want to go in for more, denying Mob 100 to give a little way for the side of Team Valhalla because they want to get it done.
Great decision making from the Niners right there. They saw that Valhalla pushed way too far into their jungle and actually made the decision to NetherRealm first. Usually in a Valentina versus Paramis fight, you want to be the one NetherRealming second so that you can catch your opponent off guard and have the health available a little bit longer. But in this case, because Valhalla goofed up so heavily the Niners were able to do really good damage to them to immediately start off the fight. Alolil unfortunately went a little bit out of position, got caught out, otherwise it would have been much cleaner, but Max is the true winner of that one because he is way ahead in terms of gold now.
Now they got the turret and they're gonna go in all out to Panha. Did try to go in for the Waves of Dragon, didn't manage to steal it, but it seems that Zaman Force been put out. Hide on Boost takes down Razi, and that's gonna be an opening for the side of Valhalla. They push away JP9s immediately, and we're gonna actually have a little bit struggle here, but okay, we're finally back into the scene. We do see the fight continues on as they try to push to Valhalla, but still, it's a trade that was won by Team Valhalla themselves.
Team Valhalla right now do still have a pretty good composition, but the Niners are farming very, very well. And again, a lot of that gold lead is in Max specifically. We all know Hayabusa can be very, very scary as a hero once he has a couple of kills under his belt. And that's exactly what he has right now. He's building up those Sky Piercer stacks. Valhalla ideally needs to pick him off within the next few moments, but they really don't have a lot of crowd control themselves, actually. They're purely operating off of vault with that Netherrealm.
And the third turtle is about to be contested. Here now, Razi goes in, try to go in for the push, but doesn't get the wall connection that is needed. They go in all out. Airboss comes through. Max takes down the turtle immediately. Zamafo's been put down, but at the same time, at what cost here? JP9 is losing their lifeline. Two players already out. Panha goes in for Zakiri, but at the same time, Zakiri got to finish the dot. He did manage to take down Panha for the turn, and Max comes in to shut down the last players right in front of him, but still surviving. Secret, try to survive it out. Zakiri gonna deny it 2-on-1 situation, but he did manage to circle away with the circling angle, so there's no way that Team JP Niners will get another trade for those loss.
This is why Matilda is a very annoying hero in the right hand. So much mobility. But the Niners, again, really well played in that last fight. They're using all of their AoE to make sure to burn down the Netherrealm on the side of Valhalla before Max goes in with the Ogi Shadow kill. He wasn't able to get any additional kills with that one, but he got some more assists, and everything goes towards that Sky Piercer just to make it much more easy to execute the members of Valhalla once they have been whittled down by Rasi and Alolil. So far, things are looking pretty good for the Malaysian team, but Valhalla, they've turned things around before. Let's see if they can do it again.
Oh, a little bit extension coming in from year 3, try to go in for the Wizard Dragon, but then ended up being taken down, punished by Valhalla instead. But at the same time, right here, still is just a tied up for both sides of Valhalla versus JP and Razi. Gonna actually go in for the roam, spots the information he needs, he moves away as quickly as possible, and then allowing Max to do as much resources that he needs it. But at the same time, this is going to be 20 seconds on the clock for the Lord to be spawned out. And here, they try to tease RA first of all. But looking at how Valhalla is moving, they're allowing those movement to be denied because they're sticking together as glue.
Speaking of, in the mid lane, we can see Max finally revealing himself here. Wants to set up for the Lord, since it did just spawn. Valhalla actually in a sticky spot.
They're going in for a fight. Everyone comes through, and this is where the fine line of Brazi takes down Secret immediately. Hide on the bush, did manage to trade off with Zaman Force, try to slow things out, but Panha managed to connect the dot, but Max comes in with a shadow kill, takes him down, but at the same time, at what cost with Zach Cutie, managed to shut down another kills, but here Valhalla living only Hide on bush all alone, and Zach Cutie wants to get it done. Hears him out immediately with the last hit, and it is going to be a team wiped out of Valhalla in the hands of JP Niners, and Max can already get this lot to the side of JP Niners so that they can push those waves into the territory of Valhalla.
There's a lot of confidence showing on the JP Niners now. They are reaching the stage where they can very comfortably out-macro Valhalla. When you have a Matilda Faramis combination, it's very powerful in that it allows you to keep the fight going. Unfortunately, it also means that you want to typically fight as a team. And Valhalla as a team like to go as a 5 as well. Because of that, they're missing out a lot on map control. Niners are able to farm more parts of the map more safely since they know that Valhalla will typically be together and they won't be at too much threat if they're separate. And we can even see they're starting to invade and steal away all of Panha's jungle camps and buffs as well. The vice grip is closing, and the Niners have turned the hourglass on their opponents.
Lord is marching in. They already clear out all the waves in. Now let's see if the wave is going to be successful. Looking for a way in. Metal turret will be the first one to be destroyed, and it seems that they're going in for it. Waves of Dragon pull him off. Laurel takes him down immediately, and that's going to be opening. Zaman 4 has been put out, but it doesn't lock anyone. Unfortunately, did manage to score away. Razi will be not denied of those casualties, but at the same time here, Lord will be immediately shut down. But Team JP Niners, they know this is the opening. They cannot deny it any longer. Looking for a way in, and Panha has been spotted out. Shadow Kill comes in. Can he connect the dot? He doesn't get the kill he desired and had to pull away, but he comes back alive. He goes in for another hit, but doesn't manage to get a kill. But ended up Hide on Bush is the one who punished the extension of time that was given by JP Niners.
JP Niners wanted to go for the end there. Unfortunately, RA actually throwing his body to cut the minion wave down bottom, slowed down the push by forcing the Niners to wait for another minion wave before they could actually get the bottom inhibitor tower. I do feel like Rossi ended up jumping a bit too deep because at that stage, there were too many members of Valhalla alive, so they could quite easily clear out the minion wave, and it was unlikely that Rasi would make enough of an impact. So I feel like he threw his life away for not too much there, but at this point, his life isn't actually worth too much anyway, so he's quite okay with it.
That's kind of true, but Max takes down Hide on Bush. That's going to be opening, and Circular Eagle will deny by Zack Cutie, and this is they're going to go all out with a fight. Stunned straight away by Ari. Ari will be denied by Max, and Zaman Force had to be pulled out as a defense mechanism. Double kill by Max again and again. Is getting already 7-0-6, and they know this is the last push they needed, but they're going all out with the Waves of Dragon, taking out first of all to Panha, but Panha managed to score away, but that's definitely managed to take down Hide on Bush. 100 try to push away with that Zaman Force, but at the same time Lola takes down Panha, and it's going to be the end of round number 2, making another 2-0 donut in the hands of JP Niners Malaysia.
Yet another clean sweep to close off day 4 of the Open Finals here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And a very different performance from JP Niners compared to game number 1. That's what happens when you have a composition that's a bit easier and more comfortable to execute on. Max has already shown that he can make things happen on this Hayabusa, provided the enough space, and that is exactly what happened. And with that, it means that Valhalla, their journey in the SPS does end here, and the Niners will move on to the next stage to fight another day.
Goodbye to our Valhalla Cambodia as the end of the road, but great job coming in from JP Niners to make it through off that 1-1 bracket. So that means they're now 2-1 bracket into the 2-1 brackets, meeting off with from the team of Vamos. You're gonna meet off with the team of Fnatic Onyx as well, and then you're gonna meet off with Smart Omega as well as Team Liquid ID. So this is also a crucial point to wonder what is going to happen to JP Niners as they push in. But before that, let's take a look into the stats itself, how it started out. Like at first, when it comes to the drafting wise, we see into this round number 2, definitely JP Niners, they know they had to slow down the tempo of Valhalla, and we saw how aggressive Valhalla in the earlier state. But then as time goes by, they gave so much of the space for Max to cover all the resources they need. Even in the process, they managed to steal away the turtle in their hands. Those are the crucial wins that is required by JP Niners to shut down Valhalla.
And I think they managed to hit a lot of those conditions on the head right there. Valhalla, I feel like their draft, they did end up making some mistakes. While the Matilda Paramis combination should be pretty strong ordinarily, you don't want to pick it into a Valentina because the realm as well. And they decided not to ban out the Lunox when it's one of the more obvious counters against the Hierophant Blade, not to mention an easy way to burn down the Nether Realm so that the Ogi Shadow Kill can start going to work. I think Panha had an interesting idea with the Freya. He actually went for a first item Malefic Gun to go for that extra movement speed and extra attack range to maybe deal with some of the weaknesses of a melee carry hero, but it's still a bit too easy to play around it, especially when you have your own NetherRealm to deny all of that damage.
Agree, definitely. And I mean, those are the crucial ideas that was put out by Valhalla, but it was denied so much by JP9ers. And I like how they control the movement of Valhalla in this scene. And Zach Cutie as the MVP here for our JP9ers. I mean, talking about taking all the power from the enemy side into your own hands, and this is what put out so much potential for JP9ers to punish Valhalla into this last round.
Right from the get-go at the start of the game, as we can see in the highlights here, although Valhalla should have had a composition that was stronger early on with Matilda, Faramis, and Hilda, JP9ers actually just had more damage potential overall, and they completely denied any advantage that the NetherRealm would have given them because they already had a Valentina. They didn't even have to pick to counter it. It was Valhalla who did that themselves in the draft. So I think that was definitely a big mistake. And as the game continued going on, Valhalla kept looking for opportunities to fight. I don't blame him. This is a lineup that can do some good damage, but you are just feeding yourselves to add up that number on Max's Skypiercer. This Hayabusa did not end up dying a single time the entire game because there just wasn't any reliable crowd control on the Valhalla side. And yeah, a lot of that just ballooned together to create a huge obstacle that Valhalla could not handle.
And they could have actually won it off straight away on that first slot itself because it was just a little bit of overextension coming up for Razi. But even so, with that overextension, it was still enough for JP9ers to confirm the win here for the last round itself, which is superbly amazing. And I think there's a possibility we might actually get an interview. I'm not sure. That's actually for us to find out later on. But other than that, this is the wrap up for our last series. Started out with Fnatic, Onyx, Philippine, which quite surprise for us that Araki Hoshi was able to shut them down, but they're still in the SPS Open Finals running. They just need to join into the 2-1 bracket alongside with those who managed to win on the second series, which is the team that fight off with Pro Esport. Pro Esport managed to have that 2-1 side on themselves, so they're gonna meet off with the team of Fnatic, Onyx, Philippine as well for the bracket. But now JP9ers will be the next team also to join into that bracket. But Valhalla, unfortunately, we will say goodbye to them as well as Evil Singapore.
It is unfortunate to bid farewell to these teams. They do have incredible potential, but there is just a little bit of that inconsistency going on that doesn't quite allow them to stand toe-to-toe with some of the other teams here in this competition. Unfortunately, we're not going to have too much time to mourn because tomorrow there's going to be a whole new set of matches, and that means even more potential eliminations from the competition. So the teams that are still in the running right now can have a moment to breathe and relax, but they got to prepare once again because who knows who they'll be up against tomorrow.
Agree, definitely. Tomorrow there's gonna be other brackets. It's coming off from the 3-0. So those crucial 3-0 bracket are the one that if they win after that next series or into that series, means they are the one who will be qualified into the SPS Challenge group stage. But take a look, a little bit more glimpse into the bracket itself. You're gonna see those who are already eliminated. We're gonna say goodbye to RRQ Kaito, Evil Singapore, Valhalla, Reef Esport from Singapore as well, Preta Legends from Indonesia, and I think that's Vampire Chaos as well as Dark Rise Esport to be eliminated here at the day number 4. Unfortunately, there's one more game I think is still ongoing. So no, actually that's the one team that is not fulfilling their slot. So that's the reason why we're gonna have a top 5 to be joining into our SPS Challenge group stage.
Yeah, the competition is getting more and more narrow as there's only going to be a couple rounds remaining before we find out which lucky teams get to join the rest in the next stage of SPS, and that is going to be great to see. It just means that the competition though is going to heat up even further, so I hope the teams are ready.
This is the one team that is still ongoing at the moment right now at the Indonesia team. If you are a fans of Evo's, Hollies, as well as CFU Gaming, you guys can check out the Indonesia team at the ESL Asia, whereby they still right now at the second round of their own series. If Evo's Holy can be able to get another win, we might have to say goodbye to CFU Gaming. But then, if CFU Gaming might win the round number 2, they're gonna have a long night to make sure they survive here for the SPS Challenge Open Finals.
Because what happens when you have a Swiss bracket going on? Those of you who are a little less familiar with it, we know that it's gonna be used in M6. This is a very good place for you guys to learn exactly how it works and how close the competition between it can be.
Yeah, and take a look on. Wow! Oh my god, seriously? I'm in the top leader right now? I mean, okay, just a fun fact, I did saw the prediction sheets, and I think that the only reason, okay, you guys cannot look at the prediction sheets, okay? It's because Gideon is actually unwell right now, and most of our casters in the roster of our SPS Open Finals is having a slight fever for themselves, so they probably not involving themselves on the prediction sheet. That's why if you are not involving yourself, you are in the stand of being denied of your points, and you'll get minus points. So that's why I'm at the top leaderboard, but it's okay. I'm happy because today might be my last day inside the Open Finals. Who knows? Maybe there's a possibility I might be joining again. But so far into the last 2 days that is coming up, it's going to be Staffa, Fel, as well as Gideon that will be covering SPS Open Finals. But Staffa, what are your thoughts on seeing me at the top leaderboard for prediction?
Hey, I mean, you already carried me through earlier when I disappeared for a moment.
That.
Yeah, so I think it's all good. You know, I think I only got like 1 point from predictions today as well. So you know, it's something. I'll take it. Some of the other casters, like you mentioned, maybe not as available. But in the end, you still gotta do your homework. Otherwise, your grade is gonna get reduced. So yeah.
It's good, it's good. We still have 2 more days to go, and hopefully the prediction will be better off, and we'll see by the end of the Open Finals who will be the victorious caster who predict the future better. But other than that, this could be the end of our last series, and the end of our day number 4. Congratulations again to those who win from the first series. Is RQ Hoshi. That Mr. Dodo is in the house, guys. Even though he's a little bit affected, he's not well, unfortunately, but he's still here in the side of Staffa. But
he
we do want
to be here.
But
he's a bit under the weather, you know. He's a lot more purple than he usually is. So so it's okay. He got a bit of screen time at the end. It's fine.
It's fine. On the other hand, we want to say congratulations as well to Pro Esport Cambodia. They're still up in the running, and we also want to congratulate to JP Niners for able to win and continue on the SPS Open Finals. Thank you again for all of you guys who joined into the live stream. We appreciate it. Hope you guys to see again at day number 4. You'll see Staffa as well as Lafel to cover that up. Thank you. See you guys on day number 5.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Call of Duty, taking the kill
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.